Hello, everyone. Do you hear me well, hopefully? Okay. So, tere hommikust, доброго ранку всім. I welcome you to the International Research Cooperation Conference with Ukraine and for Ukraine, organized by Estonian Research Council in cooperation with National Research Foundation of Ukraine and also Estonian Center for International Development, ESTDEV. I'm honored to be your moderator today. My name is Mykhailo Hrebeniuk. I'm representing National Research Foundation in Brussels, helping Ukraine participate better in Horizon Europe and integrate into European research area. And let me guide you quickly through the agenda. We're gonna have a conference with an overview of existing research cooperation with Ukraine. We will also go through new opportunities to strengthen scientific collaboration in a broader European context. The program will also highlight national and regional support activities, and we hope that we will jointly look for new opportunities and international projects involving Estonian and Ukrainian researchers. And the event hopefully will serve us as a platform for knowledge exchange, networking, and building of new connections. We're gonna have 3 sessions, followed by a panel discussion, where we're gonna discuss all that. Couple of important notes. We have hybrid event, so we have around 100 participants here on site, but we also have around 200 participants online. We also have Ukrainian translation for those colleagues that need it. It's available in Zoom, so please find this interpretation button on the bottom. The translation is also available on the YouTube channel of ETAC, so for more stable connection, you can choose that if you do not need translation into Ukrainian. Importantly, that we're gonna use Slido to receive your questions. So please find it in your emails or at the website of Estonian Research Council. There is a link, and please do share your questions and feedbacks afterwards. What is also important that we would ask you to switch your phones into a silent mode, not to disturb speakers. And eternally, we want to actually have a fruitful discussion today, and we have brought really important guests for today, so don't hesitate to interact with them both during the panel discussions sessions, but also on the breaks. On organizational side, I think that is also, let me already start the conference and announce the first session, which is called Joint Contributions to a Stronger European Research Area, Funding Instruments and Capacity Building. For the first and welcoming address, I would like to ask Noorma, Director General for Estonian Research Council, to join us with a round of applause, please.
Dear colleagues, researchers, guests, dear friends of Ukraine and friends of Estonia, I have really great pleasure to welcome you all here in Tartu and you who have joined our conference online. Really, this conference that we organized today is a joint effort together with National Research Foundation of Ukraine and the project itself. I will introduce it later in more details, funded by Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I guess that it is a very start of something special. And collaboration between Estonia and Ukraine hasn't started today or yesterday. It has very long history, and all what we present here today actually has a long history, and it also shows that something strong can grow from long-time collaboration, and then it also have a great possibility to last long time. The research measures what we as the Estonian Research Council have already prepared when war started, they actually reactive support instruments. So there was no long time to prepare a specific program because it all happened very suddenly. But first, we just a few months after this war started, we got a lot of Ukrainian people here in Estonia, and it was clear that we need to keep their competence to be researchers, but also that people need work actually. So the first instrument was really to be possible for Ukrainian researchers to be included to our research grants, so that such kind of joint ideas could start developing, and then later we will see what happens. Additionally, to such kind of, we already distributed 40 grants, and the total budget was more than 600,000 euros. But additionally to this half-year-long incorporation to the ongoing instruments, there was also such kind of very short time, 3 months activity that it doesn't even need application. So universities just saw that there is a person who is from Ukraine with scientific background, and we gave such kind of very short time like a seed funding to that people could at least know what we are doing here. And we were very happy that these topics were very varying. So it really showed that there is so many possibilities to continue already in more sustainable way. But also, almost immediately, European measures started, and we had also 2 Marie Curie for Ukraine postdoctoral grants started in Estonia. So later today in the session 2, colleagues from Estonian universities will share their experience at how it was to include Ukrainian researchers to the team and demonstrate very positive results of this academic collaboration. One very specific instrument and important milestone was such kind of multilateral activity what was initiated by the US National Science Foundation. The name of this program is IMPRESS-U, and this focus really to integrate Ukrainian researchers to such kind of multilateral research collaboration. Specifically, Ukrainian researchers or institutes had to be in each project, and leading institution was from US side, but partners were either from Baltic countries or from Poland. And currently we are carrying 6 different projects, and it really focus to incorporate Ukraine for the further collaboration. All the budget for these 2, some of them will be introduced also today. You will see how it is going in the session 3. But again, you see that the topics are very varying, and it is wide coverage from the cryptographic standards, groundwater resilience, machine learning, etc. As the duration of the projects is 2 years, so these are soon about to end. But already many of these projects continue in other forms or have applied for the new funding schemes. As we look to the group of foreign researchers in Estonia, we see that Ukrainians are almost the largest team, so that currently we have more than 100 Ukrainian researchers in our system. And actually, by these numbers, you see that altogether we have something like 11,000 researchers and engineers working in Estonia, and a little bit less than half are in a non-profit sector in universities. Among these researchers, Ukrainian researchers who work in Estonia, actually majority works in industry side, and for Estonia research policies, knowledge transfer, academic researchers working together with industry and private sector, it has been very important for us. And here also we can see that the Ukrainian researchers have find this very right way or very important way for Estonia to link between academy and industry. The a very strong pillar in our research instruments is actually collaboration with European Horizon program. Estonia is actually a small country, so that we even don't imagine that we can fund everything what is needed for Estonian researchers. Therefore, the collaboration is really key factor for us. And the priority is actually in collaborating with Nordic and Baltic countries, so we have also representatives from these funding agencies here today. But European collaboration covers also all member states, but also there are many countries who are joining European program just to have such kind of bigger network available. Currently, you see Estonian and Ukrainian joint projects, we can count them 35. And it is very similar to other Baltic countries. Latvia and Lithuania are almost the same number, so taking account we are not very big countries. And of course, biggest countries have bigger number, but we are they are all collaborating projects, so that there are many partners. When we want to see what kind of topics, you can see that this pillar 2, what means this interdisciplinary research according to the topics what are relevant to the society or globally relevant today. These are about 60% from all the projects. But there are also other Horizon instruments what have been used jointly between Estonia and Ukrainian collaborating projects. But these are not like Estonia and Ukraine. These are like team projects. There are also other member states. In the total amount of Estonian projects, we have 628 projects, and this 35 in collaboration with Ukraine are about 6% from all our projects. But from the Ukrainian projects, it is 14%. So that basically we see that there is still room to have more joint activities. And now when comparing some numbers that where we are with our 6% of collaborating projects, the Baltic countries doesn't look anymore so similar. For example, Lithuania has 7%, but Latvia even 11%. And all these big countries, they have rather small part of the projects what have been developed together with Ukrainian partners. And as generally this share is between below 10 and something like 2 to 7%, it means that there is a lot of things what we can do, and the most important is really to increase awareness that there are strong competencies in Ukraine, there are also strong competencies in Estonia, and if they don't match, so we have to find the third country and have such kind of like a puzzle. We can match our strengths and have very good projects all together. So the one way to increase it really to start planning, start acting and demonstrate that collaboration is useful, but also that the topics are such kind of topics that are relevant for big Ukrainian instruments. And there is already something going on. EU-LUK project is actually a specific activity by the European members countries to better link Ukrainian researchers to the European research area. It is a joint funding and capacity building platform for enhanced research and innovation cooperation. And it is planned for up to 2028 now. There is already now 11 countries who support financially this instrument, and really the main goal is strengthen Ukrainian position in the network. We are, additionally to these 11 countries, there is actually 13 agencies who support, and the Estonian Research Council is one of these agencies who was already joined the LUK project from the beginning. So we're really part of the creation of such kind of project, and therefore we are very happy that the project call is now open. So that the first project should be started, it is planned like first in the beginning of next year, and the submission deadline is now in May, so that you still have time to prepare proposal, and also please mark the date next week, 25 of March, when there is an online matchmaking event planned. And there is also special a platform for the partner research, so that it is really happening now, and therefore I guess it's the timing for our conference today is also very good. So that let's make this first step happen. A little bit more about the project, how we happen to be here today together, and as was already said, it has been funded by the Ministry of, under the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Estonian Center for International Development. But there are, I guess, 2 or 3 similar projects for Ukraine now in Estonian institutions, universities and ministries, but our goal was really to support researchers and research managers to be better integrated to the European research area. And the project officially got the contract signed in the mid-February, so today's conference is first in series, and it is implemented together with our Ukrainian partner. And it lasts almost 2 years, so that there is a lot of things what we can do during this project period. As part of the project, we are organizing 2 international conferences, one right now and the second one closer to the end of the project. We really hope that we can do it in Kiev, in Ukraine, but let's keep our fingers crossed. But there will be also 6 virtual partnership. I'm wondering what about partnership events targeted to the European Horizon call, and also already on the first such kind of event for the European Horizon cluster-free civil security will be on 14th of April, so that it is online event, and really there is already possibility to register to this event. Yeah, there is, I guess that the slides will be distributed later, and you can see the registration link here. Yeah, I guess I covered this. Additionally to such kind of events and online matchmaking and supporting activities, we organize specifically together planned activities with NRFU, 2 training programs for researchers and research managers. Also, we have planned online modules, including visits to Estonia, and also such kind of mentoring program lasting long time, once per month, so that really like developing skills, but and also such kind of short-time visits on both sides, so people can use it either participate on the conferences or prepare already joint project or learn and practice with each other, and maybe submit the proposal to some call after our project is ending, so that it really depends what are the specific needs. Therefore, the matchmaking and coming together is extremely important. We also have some more, but how we think we could support joint applications and learning from each other, because food application doesn't really happen from just ideas. You really need to fit with these people as well. So we have had such kind of support measure for Estonian PIs who have a project what is evaluated highly, and then you can have additional like 5,000 euros if it is consortia, and or a little bit less, like 4,000 if you are individual project leader. But starting from January, we include also the specific additional bonus if team is taking Ukrainian partner to the consortia and they have been evaluated positively, then it is 7,000 euros. But it also 7,000 euros if Ukrainian partner is leading the project, so that it is not only to when Estonians are leading, but also when Ukrainians are leading, and Estonian team is only the member of the consortia. So we really hope that such kind of small support could at least inspire or motivate teams to come together and plan something. So I am about to end. I thought long time, do I put this photo what was taken 2 years ago in Kiev when I first time visited Kiev, and it is actually a very sad photo, but I thought that sad things happen in the life, and together we are stronger. And therefore, yeah, I guess that it is important to have such kind of fruitful event. We all came together, also you in online, and I am very, very glad that I can now virtually give the word to Olga Polotska, who has been very, very key figure to prepare this current project event, but also already long time partner in collaboration with Ukraine. So Olga, do you hear us? Oh, okay, you want to introduce.
Actually, I want to keep you a little bit longer for a round of applause. And also, maybe we have a couple of questions to your presentation. Yes, of course. We will also have panel discussion, but if there is any quick question or comments, not for the moment, but thank you so much. It was really overwhelming presentation, and we're gonna talk in details in the further sessions. Thank you so much. So indeed, our next speaker, Olga Polotska, who is Executive Director for the National Research Foundation, will be joining us online. I hope we have her online already. Should be in a moment. Meanwhile, I will remind everyone that we have Slido available. You can also access it by the hashtag Ukraine and put your questions there. Olga, we can see you now. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Thank you for joining. So without further ado, I give you the floor for a keynote speech.
Okay, so thank you so much. So hello from Kyiv. But my heart is in Tartu today with all of you. And Anno, thank you so much for your speech and for the presentation and mentioning the positive aspects and history of our collaboration between the research, the Estonian Research Council and the National Research Foundation of Ukraine. Anno, you have several times mentioned that Estonia is a small country, but this is only in terms of the territory and maybe the population, but this is definitely a country with a very big heart. And here in Ukraine and here at the NRFU, we have felt that for quite a long time. I know we remember your visit here to Kyiv, and that was, in our opinion, an act of bravery and, well, a signal to the NRFU that you are standing with Ukraine, with the National Research Foundation of Ukraine, and with, well, Ukrainian research community. So, well, I'm very honored and pleased to be talking about, well, just the updates in the system of research in Ukraine, about our challenges and needs, and of course the pathways to resilience. And resilience is one of the words that is very often associated to Ukrainian people, which is well, absolutely true. So well, and well, the way and the main pathway to our resilience is to continue our professional duties, day-to-day activities, and of course, fostering and facilitating international collaboration. And Estonia is one of the key partners in this process. So just, well, very brief kind of outline of the current situation in the field of research and innovation in Ukraine. First and foremost, that just, well, the ongoing war impact influences, well, everything, every single researcher, innovator, the organizations, institutions, the system as such. So, well, of course, well, the first thing we should be thinking about is severe damage to infrastructure. This is displacement of researchers, both abroad and inside the country. And of course, the disrupted institutional operations, and the severity of this disruption, well, does not anymore depend on the geographical location of an institution, because all parts of Ukraine, well, are under attack. And the more the aggression progresses, the more the severity is obvious. Then, well, coming back to resilience and adaptation, well, first and foremost, Ukrainian institutions continue working and continue operating under these extreme conditions. And they, at the same time, maintain international cooperation and launch new initiatives. And the National Research Foundation of Ukraine is not an exception. And today I will also provide you with the overview and the kind of a history of what has already been done, with the sole aim of developing new projects, new initiatives, and of course with the Estonian Research Council, among others. So, well, another complicated challenge is funding gaps and, of course, brain drain. So, well, our national system, well, research and innovation and its funding is quite limited. due to the wartime budget. Well, of course, we are still facing the aggravating risk of losing research talent. It's about the researchers who are leaving Ukraine have left leaving Ukraine for the sake of, well, safety. But this is not the only way of losing the talent. It's also about talented, especially early career researchers, leaving the profession. And of course, counteracting this trajectory is one of our priorities here at the National Research Foundation of Ukraine. I would also mention that, well, the following point is that international support matters, and that has become well, more than obvious in those 4 years of the full-scale invasion. Because looking for and finding foreign partners and, well, all sorts of projects, well, they are critical to sustaining Ukrainian science and fostering long-term recovery. This is, well, the first time I'm mentioning the recovery, because in Ukraine, we are also thinking and planning for activities aimed at the recovery of the country after this devastating war. And of course, another very important point is policy and reform commitments. Well, Ukraine as an associate country to the European Union is doing quite a lot to commit to European integration. And here at the NRFU, we're again not an exception. We're involved in quite a lot of activities, and we are so happy and honored to well, be hosting Horizon Europe office in Ukraine. So I could see, and I can see Igor, I can see Mykhailo, who is the liaison officer in Brussels of Horizon Europe office in Ukraine. And so, well, quite a lot of interaction on the level of the government, of parliament of Ukraine. And here at the NRFU, we are, well, doing our best to design all our activities and processes as a funder, just, well, in such a way as to support, well, the transparency and responsibility in research management and administration, even in the wartime, because we do understand that we don't have the time to waste. So, well, this professional growth and our European integration path is, again, among the priorities of the NRFU. So, well, here on this slide, some data. So the data comes from one of the UNESCO official reports, and actually that covers the period of from February 2022 till January 2024. So, well, you can see the numbers are shocking, as a matter of fact, in terms of, as a matter of fact, of destruction and, well, of institutions and infrastructures, in terms of the damage, financial damage inflicted on the system. Well, this is actually on the surface, but at the same time, well, thinking about the scale of the damage, well, it's sometimes frightening, but at the same time, we do understand that the war is not over, unfortunately, and the numbers are growing. So, well, that also influences our decisions and the design of our national programs, our participation in international bilateral or multilateral programs and initiatives. So, well, these are the key factors and the key figures we're using to design our activities. So, well, this is also, well, an interactive map. Which comes from the website of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. So, well, the data is regularly updated here. Now over 4,000 educational institutions have been affected by the military aggression. And almost 400, as of today, have been completely destroyed. So, well, the numbers are really, well, tragic, but at the same time, they all help us mobilize our efforts and, well, to counteract this and actually to start thinking about the rebuilding and the recovery. Approximately, the figures come from the official sources, but approximately 20% of Ukrainians' research workforce has been lost in the country for different reasons. But on the other side, about 80% continue their work in Ukraine despite the war. And here at the National Research Foundation of Ukraine, whenever we enter an international partnership, for example, we always say that all the programs, all the initiatives, all the calls for proposals are designed on our side to be able to support the ones who are based in Ukraine, who continue their research in Ukraine. As far as the research infrastructure, this is also a burning issue here, has been either damaged or completely destroyed. And so the figure is about 30% of research infrastructure. Of course, predominantly that concerns the regions that are very close to the front line. But again, as I have already mentioned, the Russian Federation has started targeting very, very distant parts of Ukraine. So, the western part of Ukraine, the central part of Ukraine. So, that's again, the figures are growing in this respect too. So, when talking about the key challenges, let's summarize that. Of course, this is structural damage. This is loss of research equipment. This is displacement of researchers. And, these are operational challenges. This is what I haven't mentioned. Luckily, we have spring in Ukraine already. But this winter has been very challenging on the institutional level too, because of the power outages and actually no heating. Very poor internet connection, which is critical for the research infrastructure and for institutions doing research. For universities just as well. We have survived the winter, but that has been very rough. From my personal perspective, that has been the toughest winter out of those four, during the full-scale invasion. Apart from that, obviously, we have the funding cuts yet, though there has been some progress in sending some additional funds to the sphere, but at the same time, still the sphere is severely underfinanced, and that has been like that for many years. So, to saturate the system with enough finance, that will probably take quite a lot of time. But with the war raging outside, the task becomes super challenging. And of course, this is the psychological stress of researchers, of research managers, administrators, of everyone who stays in Ukraine, because the air raid alert was over 5 minutes in Kyiv, 5 minutes before the conference started. So, that's actually the reality we are going through, and this reality is going to have severe psychological aftermaths even after the end of the full-scale aggression. Briefly speaking about the whole system of research performing organizations in Ukraine. They are presented in Ukraine by three main types of actors. Of course, that's higher educational institutions, so universities, both public and private. That's also research institutions of the National Academy of Sciences and sectoral academies. We have a lot of them in Ukraine, and this is a vast number of research institutions specializing in this or that field of research. And of course, private institutions who also do research. As far as the main funding organizations in Ukraine in our sphere go, of course, that's the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, which is responsible for the basic funding of research done at universities and research institutions, but at the same time, they're also launching and administering specific calls. That's also the National Academy of Sciences of Ukraine, and the sectoral academies go also here because they are responsible for the financial support of the institutions under their umbrella, and the National Research Foundation of Ukraine as a sole independent funder, public funder, and we non-discriminative. We support any types of organizations doing research in Ukraine. We are actually really a sole funder, a unique funder in Ukraine. We started working only back in 2020, and that was also a very complicated time because, that was the time of the COVID pandemic, and so the beginning of our functioning was also not very easy. We are quite young, but at the same time, we have already developed a lot of expertise. And this is, by the way, due to our international contacts with our sister organizations all across Europe, and of course, including the Estonian Research Council. And in some of the aspects of our activities, I would say that this terrible situation with the war has accelerated our professional development and has raised our institutional capacity. So far, we have already finalized 23 calls, national calls, and 4 international initiatives. We have been operating both public and fundraised funds, that seems to be quite a good track record for a funder like us with such short history so far. And first and foremost, I have already mentioned that. So the integration of the Ukrainian research community into the European research and global research areas is an undisputed priority for the NRFU. We are doing that by increasing the competitiveness of our grant programs and strengthening cooperation with foreign research networks and environments in the interest of Ukraine and Ukrainian research community. Here you can see the logos of the European Commission, for example, right? Because, the European Commission is funding the Horizon Europe office in Ukraine. We are extremely grateful for that because it's obvious that the government of Ukraine would not be able to financially support the office under the circumstances. So the financial burden is on the European Commission. We are members of all sorts of associations, members of different international projects, and of course, we're very proud members of Science Europe Association. The association of similar funders all across Europe. But the list of our partners and the networks we are members of is not complete here. Just a couple of things about our strategic objectives. By law, we are obliged to have the general strategy of this is kind of a middle-term strategy of the National Research Foundation of Ukraine. Since 2024, we are having a new strategy, and this is not just on paper. We take this document very serious, and we are aligning all of our activities and the calls we're launching and many other things with the strategy. Here are the 5 priorities mentioned in this strategy. First of all, that's formation of sustainable, efficient, and effective national research communities. That's one of the most important, has always been one of the most important tasks of the NRFU. Of course, that's integration of Ukrainian research into the global research area. Effective interaction between the leaders of research and innovation activities with a focus on national security and defense capabilities and step-by-step recovery of Ukraine. This is a very important part, and Anno in her speech has already mentioned some of the steps made in this direction also. This is dissemination of research knowledge in Ukrainian society and formation of a decent social status of a researcher, because as I have already mentioned, in the framework of the brain drain is not that typical. It's not only about the immigration of Ukrainian researchers abroad. This is also the loss of the status of a researcher in the country. So, well, we are trying to, improve, to mend the situation. And of course, that's institutional development, further institutional development of the NRFU and improvement of its regulatory framework. Also, including the regulations that would be in full alignment with similar regulations of the European Union. So, very often I get asked the question about, how we can support Ukrainian research system. So, here on these slides, you schematically can see there are quite a lot of ways, beginning even with information support. So, I always say, and we have had a lot of wonderful examples, that even when you start small, for information support, sharing some information about Ukrainian researchers, about the NRFU. So, if that's done professionally and timely, that in most of the cases that results in some further collaboration. So, first and foremost, this is about funding. This is about the support of Ukrainian research community. So, quite a lot of things have already been done by our partners. I will be talking about that just in a couple of minutes. So, this is about collaborative research opportunities, and is closely connected to the funding, because in most of the cases when we talk about joint calls or joint initiatives, unfortunately, we cannot afford to support the Ukrainian teams that are parts of joint research projects. Our international partners eagerly provide this support. And of course, this is about policy support, because Ukraine is on the way of integrating the European Union, and we do badly need policy support in our sphere, just like in other social and economical spheres. So, to continue, examples, again, the list is not complete here. This is the examples of how our international partners have already supported Ukrainian researchers in close cooperation with the NRFU. So, for example, we have already had the donor-funded calls. An example is the call that was launched in 2022 with the 100 financial support of the University of Cambridge. That was a call for individual projects. So, the joint calls we have already completed, and the projects are running a joint call with our Swiss partners, with the Swiss National Science Foundation, and again the financial part of the whole program is on the shoulders of the Swiss colleagues, and we're of course very, very grateful. Then recently we have launched a new joint call with the Research Council of Norway, and it has a dedicated topic. It's on the improvement of mental health in Ukraine during and after the wartime. So, this is a burning issue. We are also members of the consortium implementing the Look joint call funded by the European Union. This is a project under Horizon Europe framework program. With 13 funders on board, 2 of them are from Ukraine, the rest are either from the EU member states or associate countries. This is an amazing example of how such a complicated call could be designed. We always say, where there is a will, there is a way. And we very much look forward to receiving the applications and starting the projects. And apart from that, we have already had amazing experience of hop-on calls for researchers, with the Dutch Research Council. That the first round was complete already, and now we are engaged in the second round, which is a kind of, to us, is a clear signal that our Dutch colleagues treat us as a reliable partner. And apart from that, there is also a Hope-On initiative that has already been completed, the selection with the Research Council of Norway. And of course, Anna mentioned the Impress-You program that was also very complicated from the point of design. But again, so the list of the initiatives and projects and calls is not complete here. I would love, of course, to share more with you. So, well, when we talk about our needs or what we are looking for, first and foremost, of course, there's strategic partnerships, and we are in a strategic partnership with the Estonian Research Council already, but we're looking for more. So, well, that's engagement in joint initiatives, including bilateral or multilateral calls, hop-on programs, collaborative programs, and so on and so forth. For us, this is also very important to continue building our institutional capacity, and so trainings and workshops focused on research management, grant administration, and operational excellence are of huge importance for the NRFU and the staff of the NRFU. So, well, then, of course, this is about information and communication support. And with today's conference, this is an example that's what is happening. So this is exchange of knowledge and best practices in research funding, dissemination of results, by just the grantees of the NRFU or grantees of joint programs, promotion of the foundation's activities. And the last, but definitely not the least, we're in bad need of reviewers. I mean, international reviewers, just like any funder all across the globe. But, very often when people approach me, researchers from all across Europe, and ask, how can I personally help? I'm not, in an administrative position, but I would love to help. And of course, this is what we say. So please register as our reviewer. And, if you have enough, time and just, please do a review of several proposals submitted to our calls, because in Ukraine, we very well understand the importance of involvement of international reviewers to raise the objectivity and the quality of the assessment. So, we are in really bad need of reviewers. And so, spreading the news about that, is of much help. And here I have a couple of slides which are dedicated to the International Coalition for Science, Research and Innovation in Ukraine. So, I will be very brief here because, according to agenda that we are having today. So another speaker is going to be talking about that in more detail. But anyway, the NRFU is a member of the coalition, a very proud member of the coalition. We were there from the very beginning, as a matter of fact, even when designing together with UNESCO the very first draft of the plan, even before the coalition was formed. And we very closely work with the European Commission in this way. As a matter of fact, this is a way of mobilizing the international community, in our professional community, of course, to be able to support Ukrainian researchers with targeted support. As a matter of fact, again, I'm not going to be talking about that in too much detail. There is a QR code, you can follow that. And I'm sure that you are going to hear quite a lot of information about the coalition, which is an important instrument a little bit later. So this is our website. We're quite active on the web. And again, dear colleagues, and not only colleagues, dear friends, I'm so happy and so proud that I had the chance of addressing all of you today. Unfortunately, I could not travel to Tartu. I wish I could, but this is the reality, and some of the administrative tasks will prevent me from traveling sometimes. But at the same time, I do feel this warmth, and I do feel your willingness to be deeply engaged and involved in designing of new measures, of new mechanisms of counteracting with Ukraine, of supporting Ukraine, because we share quite a lot in common. And I do think that of course, we do share a very negative aspect, our neighbor. But I don't want to finish my speech with this negative point. We are on the same level with seeing the future of European research. We are on the same level on seeing how international professional collaboration should look like. So, well, we are together, and thank you so much, Anu. I'm very grateful to your team for all the communication we have already had, and we very much look forward to much more. So thank you once again.
Thank you, Olga. Thank you for your presentation. It was very complex, but these details are really needed for us to follow the discussion in the next sessions. We have one brief question already from the audience. Geeth is saying thank you to you for your presentation and your great efforts. And he would like to ask the question regarding LUK, and are there pathways for independent researchers settled in Ukraine who are not formally affiliated with universities to be involved in proposals under this call? Can you elaborate a little bit?
Yeah, can I?
Yes.
Yeah, good. So, well, that's actually a good question, quite a predictable one. As a matter of fact, now let me briefly explain. So this legal part, this is about the legal part of the call and of the national rules for the National Research Foundation of Ukraine. So, well, the whole system, legal system, is designed in such a way that actually an institution, a research institution, or a university, legally is considered to be an applicant and, if successful, an implementer of the project, right? So for a researcher based in Ukraine, not directly affiliated with an institution, there is always a way. So, well, as a matter of fact, so, well, these people are supposed to be, well, they can enter a relationship with an institution, but I cannot briefly describe you how, because that depends upon the institution and its internal regulations. So, well, this is not a call for individual proposals. As a matter of fact, so, well, that's why this is the specificity when we talk about the teams. So, well, as a matter of fact, that's important to read the terms and conditions of the call very, very attentively, and there is always a way. Apart from that, for Ukrainian researchers who are interested in, well, and they do have questions as far as the LUK call, which is a very complicated call, I would say. So, well, if they have questions, well, they are most welcome to ask their questions to the national contact point. So, well, the email is in the terms and conditions of the call, and we are, well, as a matter of fact, we answer dozens of questions a day. So, well, you are most welcome to ask your specific questions via the email, because there might be a specificity. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this response. Do we have a short question from the audience? We are a little bit out of time already, but if there is any, not for the moment. So thank you for your presentation. I want to also have a small remark that important role you have in Ukraine is building the culture of competitive grant funding, which is also by itself an important step of integrating Ukrainian stakeholders into European research area. So thank you for your address. We will go on the agenda, so, and I will give the floor to Elis Paemurd, Deputy Head of Representation of European Commission in Estonia, Head of Media and Communication.
Hello, good morning everybody. I'm very happy to be here and glad to speak how European Commission supports Ukraine. So first of all, also thank you to Olga for this very comprehensive insight into the topic, and actually I'm very happy, and it's very encouraging to see that so many good projects are already ongoing, but these horrific figures and tragic photos we saw from Olga's presentation also convince us that we need to do more, and we really need to work together and to coordinate our efforts. So I think you all know that the European Union is in general the biggest supporter of Ukraine, so covering the whole spectrum, not only science, but the whole spectrum. So far, since the start of the full-scale aggression, European Union has provided 195 billion euros to Ukraine, from military aid to financial aid, humanitarian aid, and so on. And of course, science is one of the most important topics which we also want to support very strongly, because it is a foundation for a competitive economy, and it's much needed for the reconstruction of Ukraine. So today I'm going to speak about our support to integrate Ukraine into the European research area. So I will speak also about the International Science Coalition that Olga mentioned in her presentation. Let me first begin just adapting the mic a bit. By covering how we have supported our Ukrainian friends in the field of research and innovation. Actually, our support is our approach is divided into 3 pillars. So first, we need really to preserve the research and innovation activities alive in Ukraine, because there is a war ongoing, and we know that it's not easy to work there and to keep all these activities alive, as we also saw from the presentation from Olga. So we work firstly, to sustain these activities, and secondly, we try to, at the same time, we try to promote these activities, research and innovation in Ukraine's reconstruction for a sustainable and modern economy, which is very much needed also when we consider of the Ukrainians' accession to the European Union. And lastly, we support Ukraine's accession into the Union through the continuous dialogue. I remind here again that accession requires not only ticking boxes, but a competitive economy that could survive in the European Union's single market. So, and for this, I think you all agree that science and research is very much needed and a very important pillar here. Well, so first a few words about Horizon Europe and the Euratom research and training program before I go to the international coalition. Actually, the war started in 2022, and during the first months of the war, already a very active cooperation in the field of science started and continued with Ukraine. So in June 2022, we agreed with Ukraine on countries' participation in Horizon Europe and Euratom research and training programs. So this association agreement actually underpins our cooperation. This agreement allows Ukraine to participate in the program with entities from the EU member states, and Ukraine can also lead and form consortia with EU researchers and other countries associated to the program. It also allows Ukrainian entities to receive direct funding from the program. And this participation in the program is entirely free for Ukraine because their financial contribution has been waived for an indefinite period. Well, and this association actually is the basis for our support to Ukraine. Here are some examples of the initiatives so far. Next, so the 2023, so 1.5 years after the start of the war, we opened the Horizon Europe office in Ukraine. So Igor Taranov is today here with us. And this office offers assistance in identifying relevant funding and support application amongst Ukrainian stakeholders. They also provide input into Ukraine's integration into the European research area. So, and then the European Innovation Council has so far earmarked 40 million euros for Ukrainian startups. And most recently with a 20 million call for deep tech startups in strategically relevant areas for Ukraine. And we are also preparing ground for Ukraine's recovery of research infrastructure because we saw the damage that has been done to the infrastructure. We are preparing an investment agenda for research infrastructure in Ukraine. So, and this will also be a key driver for integration into the European research area. Finally, we put 10 million euros on the table to associate Ukrainian cities into the cities mission, which actually aims to consider climate neutrality goals into the recovery plan of Ukraine, because we know that many of Ukrainian cities have been damaged, and in order to reconstruct them already in climate-friendly ways, so this is our goal in this project. Well, sorry, now I go forward. Yes, and here is the overview of the support we have provided so far under both Horizon Europe and the Euratom program. This includes 50 million, this 200 million euros provided, includes 50 million in direct support in 26-27. In areas like infrastructure, capacity building, also soil remediation, forest management, and so on. And we, of course, encourage also you to explore the opportunities under the Horizon Europe work program, how to work together with our Ukrainian partners to deliver on these aims and objectives. Let me now move to the international coalition for science. So luckily we are not alone in our efforts to support Ukraine science. So there are many other international partners who are very active in this. And many partners are really involved in helping to maintain and to rebuild Ukrainian research and innovation sector. And in order to coordinate all this and to be even more effective, we have built or launched the International Coalition for Science, Research and Innovation in Ukraine to facilitate this cooperation. So first, where did this idea come from? So it originates actually from the G7 ministerial meeting in 2023. It was a dialogue on science, technology and innovation. And there the ministerial declaration first time acknowledged really the importance of science in Ukraine's modern and sustainable recovery. And as a follow-up then in 2024 a communiqué followed, which it was under the guidance of Italy, or under the Italian chairmanship. And so also in parallel, UNESCO launched an action plan for the science ecosystem in Ukraine. And so together, then the European Commission, UNESCO, Italy, and Ukraine then launched the International Coalition for Science, Research and Innovation in Rome to 2025. Well, so what is the coalition? It's basically a multi-stakeholder initiative which seeks to give research and innovation a more prominent role in the recovery of Ukraine. And to do so, the coalition aims to support the reconstruction of the research ecosystem and also support conditions which enable to do research and to innovate and to work during the war under these extraordinary conditions, and also to help to integrate Ukraine into the European research area. To date, we have actually 36 members who have joined the coalition, and just a few days ago, I just learned that Estonia is also now the member of the coalition, so very, very good news also for us. Well, here are some main activities which we seek to promote under the coalition. So first, they include, of course, this coordination efforts amongst members. We want to connect stakeholders to foster collaborative actions. We try to align support with the Ukrainian priorities. And of course, also to improve access to funding, expertise, and infrastructure is also our one of the main priorities. And already today, Ukrainian researchers and innovators may benefit from funding under Horizon Europe, and efforts have been made to improve Ukrainian access to research infrastructure, including under the current Horizon Europe work program. So, and it is also a kind of platform to organize additional resources and for already ongoing projects amongst the coalition members, and therefore we have emphasized using it as a platform to share information about the projects. Well, and here you see also the website of the coalition, so you can find out more information there if you have any specific questions or would like to specify anything, so you can easily visit the website. The work of the coalition is actually underpinned by the main and urgent needs of the Ukraine science and research, and these needs have been actually submitted by the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. And you see here that these main needs are basically the need to reconstruct and modernize the research and technology infrastructure, also to halt brain drain and brain circulation, because we saw also from Olga's slides that around 30% of scientists are forced to work remotely, and many of them have left the country. So and there is really an urgent need to halt this brain drain. And yes, and again to help innovators and also startups and other companies to work effectively in the field of science. So, and the coalition is then organizing its work and meetings around these urgent needs, and so far dedicated discussions have been held on the first two ones. Well, so how the coalition works? So there are basically two levels. First is these technical level meetings, where we kind of build a common understanding of Ukraine's challenges and share different information about initiatives and try to coordinate our efforts and foster collaboration. Also share best practices and advice on technical matters. And then there are these high-level steering committee meetings, which are more like also like a political level meetings, and so the technical level meetings give the input for these higher level steering committee meetings. Well, and these decision so these higher level meetings are for decision makers, and these meetings are intended to take place around the Ukraine recovery conference, which will this year be held in Gdansk. And so it may also be a platform for issuing declarations and recommendations as relevant. Well, should you be interested in joining the initiative? So here are the following expectations. First, you should be actively engaged in the coalition activities. Then it's a voluntary basis. You should be ready to share knowledge, expertise, and resources to support the coalition objectives, and also uphold the principles of transparency, inclusivity, and cooperation in all coalition initiatives. And just a few words about the organizations who are eligible to join. So first of all, government entities, international and intergovernmental organizations, research funding agencies involved in joint research funding or other kinds of international collaboration. Also organizations representing research performing entities or research infrastructures. And then national academies of science or equivalent organizations. Also private companies involved in research activities and non-governmental organizations involved in research activities, and also foundations and development banks and financial institutions. And if you are interested in joining, you are very welcome to reach out to the functional mailbox, which you see here at the bottom of this slide. And that's all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Elis, for your presentation. Can you stay a while to check if we maybe have a question or not for the moment? We also didn't receive it in Slido. Thank you so much for your presentation. It is important. Oh, we actually have one question. No, yeah, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Igor, Minister of Foreign Affairs. You mentioned something about Russian disinformation with regards to science in Ukraine. Can you give an example of that?
Yes, so we know that actually Russian disinformation is basically everywhere. So, and it's not also missing in the field of science. So, and really the one aim of this coalition is to fight this disinformation. I'm not currently in the position to give you any exact examples. If you would like to have some examples, I can come back to this in a written format. So, yeah.
Sounds good. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you one more time. Thank you. And our next speaker would be Kristin Andersen, Chief Operating Officer, Nordforsk, who will tell us about Nordic-Baltic contribution to Ukraine's scientific resilience. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I think I'm the last one before lunch, but I hope I can keep your interest a little while longer. Thank you so much for inviting Nordforsk to present our activities towards and for Ukraine here, and thank you to the Estonian Research Council and the National Foundation for Science and Research in Ukraine for having this conference, which is really important. It's important to meet and talk to find a way forward. So I'm Kristin Andersen. I'm the Chief Operating Officer at Nordforsk. So first of all, I want to tell you about the Nordic cooperation. It's one of the oldest and most comprehensive collaborations in the world, and it started back in the 1950s with inter-parliament cooperation between the Nordic countries. And in 1971, an intergovernmental cooperation was formed, which is now called the Nordic Council of Ministers. And the Nordic Council of Ministers decided at one point that they wanted to collaborate on research, and they founded Nordforsk. The current form of Nordforsk was founded in 2005. And yes. So the primary goal of Nordforsk is to support collaborative research and collaborative Nordic research, but not only that. We stand on some pillars, and one of the most important pillars is that everything Nordforsk does must have Nordic added value, meaning that by combining forces, we should achieve more than we can do each country by itself. So creating synergies and enhancing impacts of our research funds, really, that's what we do. And all the research that we fund shall have high international quality. And it is also very, very important that the research we fund have real impact. So this is us in brief. There's some very nice pictures of my colleagues in our office in Oslo. We have an independent board. It's the board who decides who will get the research funding from our open competitive calls. And the members of the boards are appointed from the national research funders. And we collaborate very, very closely with the national research funding organizations in the Nordic countries, and you will see why a bit later. So our funding model looks like this. So 1/3 of the costs of our calls and activities comes from the basic funding given to us from the Nordic Council of Ministers. And the rest, 2/3 of the cost of our calls and activities comes from the Nordic countries. So most often we agree on a call, and the Nordic countries contribute funds, and then Nordforsk adds a 1/3 top-up to that call. And as you can see in the bottom bullet point there, we're not the biggest funder, about 31 million euros a year. But as I said, we do actually have a real impact in the Nordic societies and with other countries as well. This funding model it's a very good model, and the Nordic agreement of collaboration actually allows us, when we have a call, to fund by what we call a real common pot. It means that the contributions from everyone is put into one pot and is divided by the board to everyone without looking at what each contributed to start with. So it's a real way for us to fund the research with the highest quality, and we don't have to look to budgets, for those of you who are familiar with the EU partnership model. So we collaborate a lot with countries outside the Nordics as well, and especially, I would say, with the Baltic countries. That is an active and broad collaboration that we are very happy about. We collaborate with Canada, first on a call on the Arctic, and now that collaboration is expanding. And if you look on our website, we have an open call in collaboration with Canada on disruptive technologies. Could be of interest to many. We have also previous collaborations with Japan, and we are talking with them again about a new collaboration on health. We are talking with India on antibiotic resistance, and we previously collaborated with UK. So, experience from the Nordic-Baltic collaborations are very good. It's always pleasant and very easy to collaborate with our Estonian and Latvian and Lithuanian colleagues. And since 2019, I counted, we have had actually 15 calls that are joint Nordic-Baltic calls, which means it's several each year, actually. In addition to having calls, we also collaborate and talk with each other on how to improve our practice as research funding agencies, particularly currently on how to use AI as a research funder organization, but also other issues like we have an ongoing pilot using distributed peer review, and we discuss also research security. So Nordforsk, we fund calls, but we also facilitate workshops and communication between research funders in the Nordics and Baltics. So Nordforsk has also several initiatives aimed at strengthening and supporting Ukraine. These bullet points point to ongoing projects, and 2 of them are going to present later today, so keep your ears peeled. There's a lot of interesting results and reports already from these projects. So if you use that QR code, you come directly into our focus site on Ukrainian research, or if you go to our website and you just go down on the bottom of the first page, there you'll find this focus area. I also want to highlight these 2 reports that we have published. The first one is actually came about in a very interesting way. It was published already, I think, in March or April of 2022. And our Nordforsk had already a program for refugees and migrants, research for tackling refugees and migrants. And those projects were invited to write policy briefs, reports, articles about how their findings could help tackle the crisis the Ukrainian refugees stood in at that time. So it was a very, very quick response to a crisis, and it's an example of how Nordforsk, we are a small organization, but we are very flexible and we can move quite fast. Yes, so Nordforsk, we are actually a one-stop shop for Nordic collaboration. When we collaborate with Canada and with the Baltic countries, they talk to us, and we are the link to all the Nordic countries, which is our context is 8 countries. So we have in the picture there's a screenshot from our website. We have 3 calls open at the moment. There's a call for education, and there's a call for networks on humanities and social sciences, social science, yes. And there's also a call for disruptive technology. This is a collaborative call with Canada. We are going to open this year a call on food security. We are working on a call with women on women's health, which is going to open next year. We hope that it's quite certain. And there's discussion ongoing on large language models. And just to be clear, all our calls are open to Ukrainian researchers. If they work from Ukraine, unfortunately, they have to pay their own costs. But of course, still, if you manage, we are very positive about having Ukrainian collaboration in our projects, of course. So, to sum up, we are open to discuss joint calls. We believe in building resilience through collaboration and through research. We want to create synergies and mutual learning and coordinate our efforts and make sure that we don't do double work, align our work and create synergies. And we are very eager to create Nordic, Baltic, and Ukrainian added value. So thank you. Please go to our website and have a look. Subscribe to our newsletter, and you will get all the information about our calls and other activities. And please follow us in LinkedIn. Thank you.
Thank you, Kristin, for your wonderful presentation. I'm sure we're going to have more questions, but we actually have you in panel discussion, so I suggest for the audience also to keep your questions till the end. And also we're going to have a couple of project showcases, so we will actually learn more how it really works in practice. So unless there are any urgent questions right now, no, then we probably let people have a well-deserved break. I just wanted to have one small comment that we also opened polls in Slido regarding how you evaluate this conference. The polls will be open for a couple of weeks, but just for you to know they are already open. They are in the next tab in Slido. And we are now having a break. We will meet back again at 12:40 here for the session 2. Thank you, everyone, for your participation. Welcome back to our conference. I hope people on site have managed to use this short break for networking and expressing their ideas and thoughts how to foster cooperation between Ukraine and Estonia. We are now starting our second session, which is called New Pathways to Closer Cooperation with Ukraine, Initiatives by Estonian Universities. We're gonna indeed have a view from a university side, also from our scientific diaspora in Estonia. So we will learn how they see this process, but we will start from a presentation from Igor Taranov, who is head of Horizon Europe office in Ukraine. And he will give us insights how office performs and how it supports Ukrainian stakeholders and international collaboration. So without further ado, let's keep on networking and working, and I welcome Igor on stage.
Thank you, Mykhailo. Good afternoon. I hope you have enjoyed your lunch. And right now we start our hard work because we prepare for you very, very useful and helpful information. First of all, I'd like to thank you very much for Estonian Research Council for this great opportunity to me to be here with you, for your supporting me, for supporting Ukrainian researchers. Many thanks to the European Commission for supporting our office because, you know, we totally funded from the European Commission starting from 2023, and we hosted by the National Research Foundation of Ukraine. Many, many thanks, Elis, for her presentation about the coalition, and she also highlighted that office is one of the key projects funded from the European Commission in Ukraine. As you know, we are the project, yes, we are the project, and hosted by the National Research Foundation in Ukraine, and we start our activity in 2023 from the very beginning of academic year. Exactly, we start in October, but the project was started in September 2023. You have looked through the very, very famous picture with the Commissioner Ivanova. At that time, we had on December 2023, December 20, official launch of our office. It was very, very important event for Ukrainian research and innovation community because the office is the first office in Ukraine, was funded at that time fully from the European Commission. Now we have the same office operated in Moldova, also funded from the European Commission. The main idea to establish our office was to bring Ukraine participation in Horizon Europe program in new level compared to the previous Horizon 2020 program. You also know that we start our activity in Horizon Europe program from the very beginning, from 2021, but all internal procedure was completed in 2022. We fully associated country with all rules and rights, which give us opportunity to be more active in Horizon Europe calls. Starting from October 2023, we have duration of our project 36 months till August 2026. Yes, our project will be completed in August 2026, and we're working very hard to achieve all our objectives, goals, and for sure deliverable milestone, etc. what we have to done in the frame of our grant agreement. Currently, we work with very, very wide audience. We have already identified all our target audience, including, first of all, our main stakeholders, European Commission, Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, other governmental body, for example, Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine, Ministry of Economy, Ministry of Justice, Ministry of Health, many other ministries, for sure, our research community, for sure, our future applicants for Horizon Europe calls, SMEs, NGOs. What is more important, NCP network in Ukraine is also very, very important our target audience because we closely cooperate with them, for them, and for Ukrainian research and innovation community. Well, first, what I'd like to highlight today that we are hosted by the National Research Foundation. It's the main object of the project to establish office like integration part, like a department of the National Research Foundation, like you know that the National Research Foundation only one funder in Ukraine. And office has the separate tasks, the separate regulation, but we are the part of the National Research Foundation because we closely collaborate with all research community in Ukraine. What is also important to know you that unfortunately, starting from 2021 till 2024, Ukraine has no NCP network. Ukrainian NCP network was created only in September 2024. Starting from 2023 till September 2024, all functions of NCP were provided and ensured by our office. We are the team with 14 team members, and we have our separate regulation for each pillar's cluster for responsibility and work together to bring more effective results for Ukrainian researchers, to give them necessary information, to provide them with different type of services in Ukraine to be more successful in Horizon Europe program. We try to promote Horizon Europe in different ways, which is for us possible, including current state with electricity cut-off, poor internet connection. Sometimes we have to spend many time in shelter, etc. But we work normally, full-time job we have. We work and operate in Kyiv from 9 a.m. till 6 p.m., even if we have alert during all the day. We provide several advices for our main stakeholders like Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. And trying to be more closer to Ukrainian community, we do understand that we have used different types of digital tools for Ukraine. It's crucial right now. Mostly we start with our operation Mailbox. We has launched it in November 2023 and received many inquiries, many requests. Starting from September 2023, we launched 3 pages in social media, Facebook, Twitter, LinkedIn. After that, we have also opened our webpage, and for sure in April 2024, we start with our YouTube channels. What for we create the social media pages and why we pay so many and for special attention to the Facebook. Look here to the figures. Starting from the 2023, we have more than 2,400,000 viewers in Facebook. Mostly Ukrainian researchers use this social media page, and we try to use this channel like information channel for Ukrainian researchers. You can check our social media pages and look through how many information every day we play there to be more closer to our community. For sure, we have our webpage with the different statistics, around 322,000 viewers for the period from 2024 till March 2026, till March 10 exactly, YouTube channel with recorders. But for us, more important, how many people, how many researchers and innovators visit our page, social media pages, and get very useful and helpful information. In this regard, we provide many surveys, we receive many feedbacks, what is work very good, what is try to be better for Ukrainian researchers. Thus, we have to understand that all Ukrainian researchers try to find special, for them, very helpful and useful information from our social media pages. For sure, we have bilingual web page in Ukrainian and English, what is also help our foreign partners to be closer to Ukrainian research and innovation community. Type of choirs we received during our operational activity is rather different. You can see the slide, and we try to show that many choirs, first of all, we expect to get from the NCP, but our NCP working independently with our coordination. We are at the same time coordination center for the NCP network in Ukraine, but all the NCPs were nominated by the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. They also financially supported from the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, and we supported from the European Commission. It means that Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine have provided different KPIs for NCP network. We provided monitoring of their activity and have opportunity to send our advice to the ministry with which NCP we will cooperate very successfully, what we have to change in their activity. Many queries regarding to the legal issues and financial issues, and for more important for us, many queries about calls within Horizon Europe program under the different clusters, pillars, components of the program. For sure, we use this opportunity during our operational activity to bring new knowledge for Ukrainian researchers. Map of Ukraine will select all cities, largest cities of Ukraine, where office organize dissemination, training, and information event. Mostly we try to organize hybrid events to give opportunity for more audience to join us, but at the same time we have provided with necessary information in training event only on site. For example, for NCPs, we organize event on the 6th of March, only on-site participation, because it's very important to work in the short group to share our experience with our NCP. What we'd like also to show you there is on this diagram, the number of Ukrainian participants involved to the event. Year by year, this figure is growth. If we started in 2023, only around 700, we start exactly from October. In 2025, we have more than 9,000. In 2024, we had 6,000. And currently in 2026, from the very beginning, we have already around 1,200 participants involved in the event. The next Our Future event is planned on the 24th of March 2026. It means that we work exactly with 3, 5, even sometimes 6 events during 1 month. Sometimes we have 3 or 2 events during the day, mostly in online format, because we working very closely with the region in front line, for example, with Donetsk region. We try to explain that opportunity and opened window from the European Commission within Horizon Europe program gives them new chance to attract partners to find new funding for their project, especially in the climate area and also in the energy sector. Well, let's jump to our experience. We are very fresh and very new Horizon Europe office in the big family of offices around the Horizon Europe program. Starting in 2023, we try to learn best practice from other partners. We're starting from Poland. Our Polish colleagues explain us how it will be very difficult to work at the very beginning, how we can communicate with our audience, how to prepare submission process, how to prepare application, how to prepare proposal, etc., and how to organize event with the audience. They also explain us that we will facing with the hate from the applicants. Its situation will be changed day by day during our activity. So currently we collaborate with Estonian NCP, colored in red, you can see, with all Baltic countries like Latvia, Lithuania, Norway as well. We do hope that in the near future we'll start our collaboration with Sweden. With associating country, we closely cooperate with Moldova, and for sure we can find here Georgian office as well too. In the near future, we also try to start better collaboration with Turkey. It's also very important because many Ukrainians try to collaborate with Turkish university to apply in the different courses with Horizon Europe program. France, Germany, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Austria FFG. Austria FFG, it was the first experience for us to visit NCBR in Brussels, where Polish colleagues organized for us study visit tour. The second visit study was to FFG to Austria, and the third one last year to Estonia, to ETAC. We bring new knowledge for us, and we bring new skills. That is why right now we're thinking about the pre-learning, how to organize right camp for Ukrainian researchers. It's all experience day by day implemented in our operational activity. Our database of stakeholders, mostly on the list of Ukrainian stakeholders, you can find research institutions, universities, institutions of the National Academy of Science, SMEs, and NGOs. But we also collaborate with foreign partners around the world. Starting from the very beginning, we tried to build very good connections and a collaboration with Erasmus Plus National Coordinator in Ukraine, Eureka National Coordinator in Ukraine, COST National Coordinator in Ukraine, IP Office in Ukraine, EIT Hub in Ukraine. It was also launched on December 2023. And what is very crucial for Ukraine, as you know, in Ukraine operates European Defense Innovation Office. It was established last year, and we closely collaborate with head of this office, organized twice event. You know that we are not associated in European Defense Fund calls, but we have several calls where participation of Ukraine is very, very demanded according to the eligibility criteria. We do hope that in the near future we'll have positive decision and Ukrainian institutions could be joined all calls within European Defense Fund calls. Next one, our collaboration links. Starting from the 2021, Ukraine collaborated with all member states country with 20 associated countries, and as well, we also have collaboration with 47 countries around the world. Currently, 87 collaboration links we can show you with all countries around the world. Now, we can jump to another slide with the top 10 countries according to the collaborative link. The ranking in the following position. First of all, Germany, previously it was last year Italy. Germany, Italy, Spain, France, Greece. But we do hope that in FP10 on this slide, I will show you Estonia. I will show Estonia. I do understand that it's very difficult, but I think about FP10, not about the Horizon Europe program only. We are looking ahead for future. Well, next, what is more important for us, we try to compare our activity within Horizon 2020 program and Horizon Europe program. What are the results? What have we achieved during our activity? Firstly, we have good result compared to the previous program, FP8, because we received more contribution, we have higher success rate, and we have applied more and submit more proposal. Currently, it was, for example, 64.3 million euro contribution from the European Commission, only in Horizon Europe program, but remember that we have 2 years to complete the program. And we have 48 in Horizon 2020. Let's come back from the very beginning from our activity to compare what office have done. We have done a lot of job. At the very beginning of our activity, Ukrainian application was submitted was around 968, and currently it's more than 2,000. More than 2,000, and also signed grants around 246 currently in Horizon Europe, and at the very beginning it was 80 grants. Now, very interesting statistics about the number of applicants submitted by Ukraine during the pillar and clusters and components of program. You see that mostly we are very successful in pillar 2, it's clear, 6 cluster, etc., etc. But let's come back to the funding from the European Commission and contribution. We also have several statistics according to the cluster. They are very different. They are very different. Cluster 5, for example, on the first position, and we have on the position last, widening. What does it mean? That we have to attract and to encourage Ukrainian researchers, according to this statistic in data, to be more active in specific calls. In this regard, we try also provide all Ukrainian NCPs representative to the program committee with the relevant statistics to give them more and more information, have to involve Ukrainian researchers with their responsibility to the different types of call. For example, we also can compare the dynamics of application from Ukraine to Horizon Europe program, starting from the 2022. We have very good and very positive dynamic till 2024. In 2025, we have not very good result. The reason is the work programs was published in May 2025, and we do hope the new result a little bit later. But we have positive results at the very beginning of 2026 with funding and with science agreement. One of the very important questions received from Ukrainian audience, are we ready, or could Ukrainian institution be coordinator of the project? The answer is very simple. Definitely yes. Definitely yes. From the very beginning, we have already coordinated 13 projects, I mean about Ukrainian organization. We also mono-beneficiary, the NRFU, and we also coordinate our project. Now we're thinking about the future. We're thinking about our future after the project will be completed and prepare some other strategic way for the development of Ukrainian NCPs network and Ukrainian research and innovation community, which is crucial for our ministry, because if office will stop their activity, all this responsibility will be moved to the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. And we try to prepare special white book policy advice for Ukrainian ministry, what they have to do, how they can change Ukrainian policy. We are not policymakers, but we can prepare several advice and analytical reports. The same we are doing for the NCPs and program committee, and all necessary statistics with the result, even if they are very negative for Ukraine, we could share with them. So we have many analytical barriers, but mostly we are thinking about the current needs of Ukraine. I'm so grateful for Olga, for Elis, for Anu, which presented current needs of Ukrainian researchers. This is not the whole list of current needs. I tried to choose more relevant within compliance of Horizon Europe program, and they are similar. Brain drain, capacity building, and for sure, open science. Well, if you are interested to be more closer in collaboration with Ukrainian researchers, innovators, startups, governmental bodies, you can reach us using our contact. Thank you very much. I'm exactly in time.
Exactly. And we thank you for this precise timing. We're going to have you on panel discussion, so I indeed suggest keeping the questions for the future. We cannot ignore one elephant in the room that on big map you had about our stakeholders, thousands of stakeholders. In Estonia, we had one. And I see many of you here, so just a reminder, subscribe, be a stakeholder. It's more related to our Ukrainian friends here, so stay tuned. Let's find a way to bridge our ecosystems. And then we move to our next speaker, who is Kristiina Tõnnisson, head of Johan Schutte Institute of University of Tartu, who will present us with a case study of one of ESTDEV and governance cooperation projects in Dnipro region. So please welcome on the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be in this company, and it's very nice to be also downtown, since our institute is just located basically next building on hill. And when we say hill, then it's just like 50 meters maybe, but that's in Estonian context hill. So thank you for invitation, and I will talk about one concrete project, about one case that I personally was project manager. So I was involved in all these activities starting from beginning until the end. And it's just one example what we have done at the University of Tartu, but there will be also two other speakers following after me, and they will talk about other projects. So just to have overview what is going on. And when I opened the curtains behind the project, what was the starting point? First, it happened in 23, 24, and here you can list or see the list of the partners that we decided. We wanted to include both organizations from public sector, third sector, and also, if possible, private sector. And then we took two universities, which is, of course, one is ours, and then Dnipro Technical University, then Dnipro City Council, then Association of Municipalities in Ukraine, in order to have broader governance, then NGO, and then enterprise Dnipro. That is part of private sector, but it's municipal enterprise. But it helped us to kind of to get to other direction. And then first was also discussion about regional focus. Should we start with working, for example, the neighbor or partner city of Tartu in Ukraine is Lviv, but then later we decided let's kind of concentrate on the most burning area, which is Dnipro area, that is just forefront for where this war is happening, in order to support this area that should be the strongest to support the situation in Ukraine. So, and shortly, what was the objective? We, as Political Science Institute, we took 3 keywords around what we then put the whole application, which is governance, digital, whatever digital we know or could deliver, and then e-democracy. These were the 3 keywords, but then we also kind of put some emphasis on EU integration and, as always, what is background, the general cooperation between Estonian and Ukrainian academics. And this project, we decided to have 4 concrete steps or columns or different activities. First, we developed a concrete online course. Second, we offered expert individual consultation. Third, physical study trip to Estonia. And then fourth point is then follow-up activities. And when we look into each of them, then what happened in e-course? E-course was titled "You Govern, Principles of E-Governance," and the next speaker, Dmytro, was in charge in order to decide what are actually the topics, concrete topics, that could be interest for Ukraine. What could we offer from Estonian side and what from Ukraine side? So we had altogether 18 sections, and there were speakers both from Estonian and from Ukraine, and you can see kind of the governing slide for each section. For example, there is my colleague Kristiina about ICT-based provisions for public services, and another cover slide for our Ukraine partner presentation. And by now, the numbers, when we saw the last numbers from last presentation, were of course higher, but still, when we first ran the course, or actually our partner ran the course in Ukraine, then we got 290 participants, and now they included it into part of public administration courses in regular curriculum, and the second round was 180. Or 160 participants. And what is good, that we agreed that this will stay as part of regular education, MA education in Dnipro Technical University as part of public administration curriculum. Then what was kind of the challenge? We offered such a thing like individualistic consultation. And all our partners had certain time slots, or not even time slots, but hours. How many hours you will get consultation, and then they were basically free to choose who or in what field they would like to get consultation. And there were examples like, I remember I need to find a specific person from Estonian Information Agency. Then there was, for example, from university request, we actually want to know how to increase our ranking in international higher education ranking. So what University of Tartu has done in order to increase. And I needed to approach our rectorate office, who from you can actually tell the strategies, what we have done. So the consultations were very broad, or I made consultation how to build up, for example, Master of Digital Administration program. And all together, we supposed or planned to have 1-to-1 or 1-to-2 consultation, but finally we ended up with much bigger group, and altogether like 60 people were kind of on the other side of consultation, and we had around 10 different rounds. Then study trip, what we made in Estonia, we decided to divide it between two great cities. One is, of course, Tallinn, our capital, and we visited this classical, when you see government office, we went to city government, to strategic office, NGO sector, gave presentations, so what is the contents in Estonia, and also this e-Estonia showroom. And then we brought participants to Tartu, and at this time, it was e-governance academy organized e-governance conference, if you know this annual conference that is taking place. So we brought all this group to this conference, and in addition to that, we organized meeting with city government, university representatives, e-learning office, grant writing office, and we had special like sessions or trainings on these skills. And what is then research output? And usually it's tough to start kind of real research collaboration, or the articles don't appear so easily. But we were rather happy that the work or the kind of group came together rather nicely, but we were also lucky that since we have already some colleagues in my institute from Ukraine, some former colleagues, so it was easy to find the partners that are really willing to do something or to give input. So here you see some of research output and formats that worked well when I now look back, or what I would do the same way or differently, that concerning how long you plan your online activities. We are facing still this power shortage. It was too long. We were thinking, oh, 3 hours is not too long, but by now I would say, just to be on the sure side, maybe online meetings in shorter term, more precise term, would work even better. Then there was constant struggle where we wanted to bring 25 people from Dnipro region to Estonia in order to finalize the final list. We were changing and changing and changing the names because so many things were happening, and one person was replaced another one, then it was replaced another one, and so on. And what they liked a lot or appreciated was, of course, this tailored online consultation, because we never planned to talk about international higher education ranking. We never planned to talk about really like IT architecture within Estonian X way. So, but these came on the board. And finally, this physical study visit to Estonia, when people actually, at least they could take 1 week away from their work, spend in Estonia, and make kind of face-to-face contacts, that always works. That we Estonians also know that when we kind of have met each other, then it's so much easier to collaborate. And practical challenges throughout the project that we face, one first I already said, like finalizing the list of people, and especially we had to require or prepare special document invitation for our male participants so they could leave Ukraine at all. Then this travel tickets logistic, what airport they're leaving, what they stay in, it's not as easy, you know. So we finally decided to prepare it or to go through Warsaw airport, but it was long hour by train, overnights, and to put all this, like this classical project manager's issue, how to put logistic together. Then when they were all here, then kind of the work back home still continued, which means we needed to kind of shuffle around with timetables as well, who actually during one certain presentation needed to be still online meeting with his or her office back Ukraine, and all these constant challenges. Then even the challenge was there was difficult to pay stipends for them, because we wanted to pay money in order that they could go out for lunch and dinner, and it was an issue to figure out. We couldn't pay it exactly in cash, we couldn't transfer, and it was a kind of packing back and forth how to find solution between financial office of University of Tartu and then different participants from different organizations in Ukraine. And then continuous adaptation, what we tried to do, if they still wanted to ask specific question about certain NGO in Estonia, then we tried to bring the person in during this visit as well. And then just 2 weeks ago, I gathered the same group around the table, online table, and we shortly discussed what clicked and what didn't have as positive outcome what we thought. And third, what they point out that it was nicely aligned with Ukraine's digital transformation, kind of that the framework where this project was sitting at what was currently the hot topics or keywords in the society, it worked out very nicely. Then, of course, the keyword practical application or practical knowledge. And especially when we come in academia, for example, and when we say, oh, the solution is needed rather quickly, then we think, okay, maybe within a year or within 2 years. But when Ukraine say we need solution in e-voting quickly, then it means 1 week, 2 weeks. What is solution? Where could we start? So kind of the questioning tempo, style, and what you actually can give. Where I will, when I going back to Ukraine tomorrow, where I start? I won't start with architecture and philosophy, what is behind the IT date that also Estonia likes promote. So these were very kind of targeted. And then actionable ideas or kind of case studies. So this has worked in Estonia, this we have done, this we are like lagging behind. We think we are so good, but we are not anymore so good, but still, it's still working some case. And I think we also managed to give the broader, finally the broader context what digital governance as such is meaning in Estonia, or what could it mean in different countries and around the world. Which is, last one, then in order to define their own needs or digital commons in Ukraine. And from here, what I would point out that educational impact, as I told, online course that is still inactive, and flexible formats, then networking and cooperation, sites or components, that what I'm happy that very often after such project cooperation kind of softly fails away, but this one has standed, and maybe because we have our Ukraine colleagues in our team, and it is sustainable with the work, and even we managed to bring together then Dnipro City Council and Tartu city government, and maybe something kind of city level will come up as well. And of course, then broader reform relevance. And as maybe some key points as well, what has changed since the project, and that has been gathered by our Ukraine partners. What they have told me that this has changed, which is that digital tools became essential, and especially in wartime, when the kind of shift has changed. Then local policy impact, what they recognize more. Then broader reach, that they now think maybe these examples could be copied to other regions as well. Of course, sustainability in education, that at least this online course is still active and going on. And in general, research continuation. And lessons maybe for future cooperation, what I would point out is mobility challenges remain important. As I told, then second one, digital formats need adaptation. So how to kind of jungle between how much you do online. People are tired of online, we know how much you do physically, and it has another challenge to bring all these people in. And then participation needs stronger mechanism. So concerning that, when we ask, so especially from non-governmental NGO sector, so how well or what did you manage to kind of implement, then they didn't feel enough empowered or enough, they didn't see until now enough kind of way to put their input into public policy design. Then what also was pointed out is gender kind of level in application, that since it's so tough to get mail out of the country, maybe we could have or should have more targeted to activities that are women-led, whatever they are, but such as suggestion, and what to keep and expand is, of course, networking, collaboration, and general happiness among both sides of the team. So that was one case funded by ESTDEV, which is our foreign ministry, and one concrete, let's say, project activities, what we have done at Johan Skytte Institute of Public Administration, of Political Studies at University of Tartu. Thank you for your attention, and good luck with all kinds of cooperation activities in your organizations.
Thank you so much. Just a little break. Maybe we have questions from the audience. We do have.
Thank you very much for an interesting presentation, and I really applaud on the presenting this successful collaborative project. And initially, I was about to ask about the sustainability of this collaboration, but you very well explained how on which principles you have developed the collaboration and how to make it more sustainable. But my question is about to you as an expert in political sciences. So what is your personal or biggest surprise or takeaway from this collaboration project? Was there anything which really surprised you during this collaboration?
Mm-hmm. Maybe I would give two keywords. That is eagerness and honesty. Eagerness to actually, yes, we want to learn, but give us something that they're really, and honesty, they say, well, that's philosophy, that's good, but we don't have time to listen to that. Give me next step. So that is kind of what we maybe don't see in Estonian society so much more, this kind of academic eagerness or find solution or how to help society. In academia, it's like classical sentence is more research is needed in order to answer this question. But they bring kind of this perspective. More research might be needed as well, but what could we do today in order to help our society, in order to kind of push our policy planning process further? And that was kind of refresh what we it was nice to see such eagerness in this collaboration as well. And finally, it all leads to personal context. If persons will kind of click together and they have the same interest in order to write, then it continues. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
And one more small question or comment from my side. Definitely this relatively small, comparably, project that bring a lot of results and tangible results already. But through this project, have you also been able to see potential behind on Ukrainian side? Because we try to see during this conference and beyond what is areas of interest for Estonian researchers in Ukraine. So maybe there is something both in digital e-governance or beyond that you have seen through online courses or visits that may be of interest for other Estonian projects.
Well, since it was focusing on digital and e-governance, then I think this is kind of ever-ending field, that whatever we could kind of continue to do in digital part or kind of this solution in order to kind of fasten or easier the process, then I think this is the way to go. But of course, now we have also prepared quite many projects concerning EU accession, and that is also a very hot topic, that they actually eager in just classical on how EU is built up as such, because they need to kind of quickly to adjust. So this is also a broad area, and what we else have done. Next speaker, Dmytro, will talk about what we all have done in the Ukraine Center at University of Tartu.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So indeed, we already looking forward to hear from Dmytro. We already saw him on the pictures, and he will tell us a little bit more what University of Tartu Ukrainian Center is doing and what is his perspective on this collaboration. Please welcome on the stage.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for coming here after this lunchtime, which is not perhaps that easy. So indeed, I'll tell you a story of our Ukraine Center. So when the full-scale invasion started, the first kind of focus of action was really practical and real hands-on and tangible to raise kind of charity funds, donations for Ukrainians. And within the university, it was mostly for funding study of Ukrainians here. So there are like more than 200 Ukrainians at the university who studied at the time. And to help them bring their skills and knowledge while there is war. So when the war ends, they come back and help rebuild Ukraine. But we also welcomed Ukrainian refugees in Tartu. These were like emergency actions. But as the month, passed, we saw that the war was going on, and perhaps it will go on for years, and this was, sadly accurate foresight. So we thought, okay, how to make help to Ukraine more sustainable, more long-term? And we established University of Tartu Ukraine Center. It was established 3 years ago. We serve as a hub. So there are definitely people in every faculty who do something for Ukraine. So the idea is kind of to join our efforts and do more together. So in fact, right now, we have only 3 full-time employees at the University of Tartu Ukraine Center. But in addition to that, we have a dozen of associates within the university, within Estonia, and in other universities around Europe who collaborate with us. So it's more kind of flexible, network-based cooperation. And 24 of advisors who really help us to move forward. These are current and former ambassadors, Ukraine to Estonia, and from Estonia to Ukraine. Civil servants, scholars, so people from science and practice. And also, this is how we unite them. And to sustain these activities, we need to work really professionally. And professionally means doing this as a full-time job, and for this you need funding. And get funny like this. So it's our daily job to secure funds to run all these wonderful projects. We submit around 24 applications per year, which means 2 applications per month. And we do a hard job to kind of analyze statistics within each niche, what works, what best, who are the reliable partners. It's all gets through experience. So these are the projects. And you can see 2 trends here. One is that there is geographical progression. So one project, for example, the transformation in cleavages focuses on Ukraine, studying what's there, to really understand the situation objectively from outside Ukraine and inform Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs on how to help Ukraine better. This is one of our missions, do academic research and also policy advice, and a bit of kind of strategic communication to the general public. Then, within Ukraine, we also focus on specific universities, like Kristiina told, Dnipro University of Technologies, but also the bridge project is with the Kyiv School of Economics. Then the next project, STRIDE, trains civil society and public officials in Eastern Partnership countries. So we're kind of moving further. And the Truth Shield is a kind of pan-European Erasmus project. So it's really kind of geographical expansion, but also the expansion of scale of projects, because the project which Kristiina told about, it was around 150,000 euros. The bridge project, which is a Horizon Twinning Excellence, is $1.5 million, so 10 times more. This is, really the advance and, of course, hard work of everyone who contributed to writing it. So bridge is indeed the twinning that we have done, that is ongoing. And it's really massive. It's uniting University of Tartu, Erasmus University Rotterdam, Berlin Technische Universität Berlin, and Kyiv School of Economics. We also work, the main focus is to work with universities. But in addition to that, we will work with civil society. So the Truth Shield project, which is countering disinformation, propaganda, especially the Russian propaganda, is with a Ukrainian NGO, Ukrainian Center for the Future. So academia should not be, an ivory tower just enclosed. It should be really kind of contributing to society, to policy, and yeah, so these are the funders for the project that is going right now. I listed only the active projects. So in total, the number of Ukraine-focused projects reaches 20 overall within the last 3 years. Some practical outputs. So this is an academic publication in Social Science Humanities Open, first quartile journal in, I think, in communication, several fields. So we co-authored an article there trying to understand how fundraising for the army works in Ukraine. So the goal was to understand the core, the core of successes, why some are successful and others are not. And we focused on two most funded charity organizations in Ukraine, Come Back Alive and Prytula Foundation. And we discovered that they actually have different models. So if Come Back Alive is more kind of systemic, analytical, contributing to the Ministry of Defense and having a 10 years ahead projection. Many Ukrainians, don't know what will happen next day. But these guys, they do think, they do look into the future. And Prytula Foundation is more like, visible, vocal, kind of speaking to individual people and having like, really kind of sharp messages. So two different models. But while doing this, we trained the Ukrainian counterparts. So while they kind of came all the stages of research within the team, they learned how to do top-notch science, social science in this case. And we have at least 4 publications like this, and more are in the pipeline. Another way how to deliver the publication is to do it more approachable way. So the Ukrainian Andersen it's a kind of digest that presents academic findings in a more kind of digestible way. We kind of package this in a different wording and to the German audience. In addition to publication, which is the core of science, we also do really contributing to society. So we have this Ukraine podcast. You're of course very welcome to go to Spotify and check it out. It has 35 episodes, on average an episode per month. And here you see we kind of showcase strong Ukrainian academics who really do their job bringing Ukrainian science up to notch. So Alexandra Koider is our PI at the Kyiv School of Economics, and she's studying resilience at the local municipal level in Ukraine. They published several publications also in journals with high impact factor. And Alexei Haran is a professor at Kyiv Mykhailo Academy, but also he's kind of commenting on political events in the country. Why did we create this podcast? So we of course cannot compete with bloggers with millions of subscriptions, but we wanted to have a really professional messages about what's happening, really analytical one. This is why we talk to scholars, but also practitioners. We have here ambassadors, people in think tanks in Ukraine and globally. The MOOC that Kristin already presented, I just want to add one point here. So while designing the lectures, we kind of partnered Estonian and Ukrainian counterparts. So each module had them paired one by one. That this allows this, to have the Estonians like more universal findings about digital governance to translate into Ukrainian local context and help them work together in a tandem format. So the MOOC, Ukraine, the European frontier. Why did we devise the MOOC? If you like Google for courses about Ukraine, you will most likely find things about history, by Timothy Snyder, the most famous one. You might find something about culture, which is presented by the Global Coalition of Ukraine Studies By the way, another kind of example how Ukraine is doing that. They're kind of connecting with scientific diaspora all around the world and helping them build Ukraine together. Or about the war, for example, by London, University College London. But what's missing is the analysis of contemporary Ukrainian society as a totality. What's happening there? And especially in English and for the global audience, because in individual universities, they do teach that. But you know, like small group of people, like 20 or 10, they know this, but we wanted more and more people to know about that. So we devised this course, which had like a balanced set of scholars, practitioners, Ukrainians, and global scientists like Paul Danieri, who is famous Ukrainian political scientist in the United States, University of California, Riverside. And yeah. So the scope of scholar stages from Ukraine to the United States, and when we announced this, we really promoted it. So the video, the promotional video had over 11,000 views, which really demonstrated the interest to the course. And we had like 5 course runs with a total number of 625 participants. So 125 participants per round. And when we see statistics, I was surprised that actually Ukrainians are kind of learning about themselves, because we like a comprehensive picture. You know, what are the attitudes of Ukrainians about the future, about the war, about what's happening, how Ukrainian identity is being shaped right now by the war. Because it's actually evolutioning from more ethnic to more civic form. Like, you know, we are uniting as a people who act and not just who we are. About diaspora, about digitalization. This was the biggest surprise of course participants, that Ukraine is very advanced in the digital field. That Ukraine is actually in the top 5 in the world in the level of development of online services. It is the first in the world in the level of digital democracy, according to the United Nations e-government index. And it's in the world kind of innovation. It has the first in the world AI assistant that works as an agent and allows to do services, Dear AI. Like no any country in the world has that. Also, Estonians comprise a big part of the course. We have more than 30 Estonian civil servants who took this course. Mostly from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but also from Ministry of Internal Affairs and other agencies. And I will always remember one feedback when a course participant said, "Thank you very much for the course. I learned that much about Ukraine. And next week, I'm going to Kyiv and we'll apply it on the ground." So it's really kind of informing Estonian civil servants on what's happening in the country. We also made a YouTube spin-off. So all the lectures are available online. If you search the Google Ukraine, the European frontier, you'll find it. And you can watch it for free. So yes. This course it's not only me who thinks it's good, because the Estonian Agency for Higher Education gave it e-course quality level of 2025. So it means it passed all the cross-checks and it came, you know, to the level of courses who are recognized like this. So in sum, it's the collaboration, the energy and the effort that you put there that bring these results. So really try to support Ukrainian universities. We are open to partnership. So you can go to utuk.ut.ee, check out our website, and of course, welcome to write me. And I'm happy to address your questions. Thank you very much.
Indeed, thank you, Dmytro, for this really comprehensive presentation. We already saw that the activity is really a wide scope. Do we have questions from the audience? Any brave one? No, not for the moment. But more or less the same question. Can we scale up these kind of activities to wider region in Ukraine or to other areas, other topics? I understand that you are from political studies, but yes. I mean, your perspective, your knowledge both of Estonian landscape and Ukrainian, what would be your advice here?
So I should say that we are scaling up this experience right now because we're sharing it with you and for the people, with the people who are listening. But also there are two kind of institutional ways how to do this. Our Ukraine Center is participating in two coalitions. Global Coalition of Ukraine Studies, which I mentioned, which is guided by Ukrainian government, which unites like dozens of universities around the world, and there we kind of exchange experiences. And another is the initiative by the European Union. So University of Tartu joined there via GILD, a network of universities in Europe, and we're just starting how to do this. So of course it took European Union like 3 years to get to the institutional way. We're actually very grateful to the European Commission for launching all these calls that are focused on Ukraine that really help to promote science in a very sharp way. So indeed, build networks. This is what helps, the synergies and the projects that come out of that.
Perfect. So we can probably count on you of joint promoting these new initiatives, both in European Union, European Commission calls, and bilaterally.
Definitely, we will compete with you.
Thanks a lot for your presentation. Thank you so much. And I'm happy to ask to the floor our next speaker, Viktoriia Biliaieva, who is head of grant writing unit, grant office of University of Tartu. And grant writing is normally a wall which we hit hardly in Ukraine. So the floor is yours.
Yes, hello everyone. It's very nice to be here today with you. I guess our moderator today is actually Ukrainian because I was expecting my name to be Viktoriia. This is how usually Estonians pronounce it because of the two I's. But they actually come from transliteration of my name. I'm Ukrainian myself. I'm from beautiful city of Zaporizhzhia. And I wanted to share some pictures with you there. Maybe my journey is a little bit weirder than a journey of a scientist because, of course, there is a lot of mobility for scientists, and I'm working in research support, not in science. I did my bachelor's at Mykhailo Academy, and then I got a scholarship to go to Leiden University, where I studied crisis and security management, and I can tell you crisis management is coming in very handy in my current job. And then when I finished, I was not ready to settle yet, and I thought I could go do something else, see the world a little bit more, and I came to Estonia to Khutkyy Institute, where I got my second master's. And as I was getting ready to graduate, there was reform of research support at the University of Tartu, and in particular, a grant writing unit was being created. And I got an invitation from my lecturer at the time to join the unit, and I started as an assistant of the unit. And I learned the job from the minimum of like zero knowledge at all, what it was all about, to becoming the head of the unit now. So I will talk a little bit about grant office and grant writing unit. Maybe this would be interesting for our Ukrainian colleagues, just for the context. And then I will talk a little bit about the things that we at the grant office and grant writing unit have done also to promote collaboration with Ukraine. And then a little bit about how I see the role of research managers and administrators in how they can also help with improving international collaboration. So very briefly, as I said, the grant office in its its current form exists since 2018. Before that, it was Research and Development Office, and then it was split into Grant Office, which focuses on competitive funding, national, structural, international, so all types of funding. And the second kind of strand is Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation. Right now, we are actually, I mean, we are huge, so I would not necessarily maybe compare, of course, the situation of Estonian universities and Ukrainian universities. We have 29 people who work at the central grant office. The university really has invested a lot, but I would also say it has paid off, I think, really in the past several years. Sorry, I go back. Yeah, so just functionally, we have, I would say, most people who work at the grant office, or like maybe not all of them, but many really deal with international collaboration in some way or another. For example, we have coordination unit, and these are people who are not project managers, so they don't do kind of daily work of managing projects, but they do help with administration. They do consult our researchers on all sorts of questions in relation to cost eligibility, and they even can provide help with, okay, how to deal with partners who are maybe problematic, especially if we are coordinators. We have, for example, legal lawyers on the team, so 2 people who actually also help very much in terms of preparing grant agreements and consortium agreements, so also very important. We have 1 person who provides policy advice and coordinates our inputs into, for example, FP10, so that's super important for international collaboration. And then we have a grant writing unit, and grant writing unit specifically is purely focused on international funding. So we don't write or we don't help researchers do national proposals. We only work on international funding. And the idea was that University of Tartu in 2018 really wanted to increase success rate in relation to international funding. We are right now about 7 people in the team, and since our establishment, we have helped University of Tartu researchers to submit almost 300 proposals. Obviously, this is not all proposals go through us. Obviously, the university participates in many more proposals, but we can be very much involved in the process and help our researchers with their applications. And we mostly target proposals where University of Tartu is the lead partner, so the coordinator, although there are sometimes exceptions. And yeah, since 2018, we have helped the university to raise over 75 million. So this is the share for the University of Tartu. Of course, the total budgets are much higher. And our success rate is, on average, across all sorts of funding schemes, is 27%, which I think is generally quite good if we compare it to the usual like Horizon success rates. So I would say in that sense, I think like the investment really has paid off over the years. So as I said, we work with researchers. We can work very closely with them, but how we work with them often depends on what needs they have. And maybe one unique feature, which is always very weird, is that we charge fees for our services. So this is not like we have some free consulting, but we do charge fees for more extensive support. And the idea is that we have learned the hard way that people value your service more, or your support more, or your advice more if they have to pay, because then they think that you're a real expert in what you're talking about if we have to pay you. But also we partly fund our operational cost this way. So then, part of the cost is covered by, let's say, by researchers whom we have helped the most in that sense, right? So there are a little bit fewer questions about why do you exist, and you're helping someone but not us. There are like always tensions. So this way we at least partly fund our existence. And just so as I said, we can work with researchers very closely, and that's our lead service. In this service, we provide support like from day A to the submission. We prepare all of the documentation, we'll help with structuring the proposal. We also can write certain sections, especially like impact and some impact dissemination, some parts of implementation. Of course, excellent science has to come still from researchers. That's not something we can do for them. They ask sometimes, but that's not what we do. But we can help them structure and emphasize like certain things and make the proposal more appealing to the reviewers. And also when we lead, we have actually like a lot of interaction with researchers, and we advise them on how to build their consortia. And this is a little bit where I think our role comes in, is how we can help to promote collaboration with Ukraine. Now, basically, with most researchers I work with, I ask them to consider to include Ukrainian partners. Of course, it's not so straightforward, right? Just to say include Ukrainian partners and then they magically appear. Obviously, sometimes these consortia are pretty set. People like working with someone they already know and they trust. So sometimes it's a little bit of a convincing them, well, yes, let's really include this partner. For example, we have heard that they are a good partner. And this is, I think, where our role can come in as research support people. If we have our own networks and we can contact someone and not just, this is not a cold call, let's just include someone, you know, out of nowhere. If we do it through our networks, it's much more, it's much easier to convince researchers to do so. So there have been questions about topics where Ukrainian institutions could be involved. We so far have had Ukrainian institutions involved, for example, in topics related to soil health. We have had ideas on how to include them into proposals in relation to infections and phage therapy. So actually there is a very, I think, broad spectrum of topics where we could include Ukrainian institutions. The two examples that have been successful from our side, one project, Bridge, which Dmytro mentioned. Actually, so this is the twinning project, which is very much focused on developing Kyiv School of Economics. And the story behind it is interesting because it was kind of reverse engineered, I would say. The idea actually came from the former head of the grant writing unit, not even from me. He came up with the idea to try to do something for Ukraine. And then we thought, okay, what are the topics where University of Tartu, we can say University of Tartu is a leading institution. And then, of course, digital, e-governance, those topics came up. Then we asked Dmytro to help us find Ukrainian partner for this specific topic. And then we collectively found two other advanced partners to include. And I think the project has really been like super successful. From my side and from my colleague's side, from the grant office, we have been helping Kyiv School of Economics to set up their research support office. For example, we had, at the end of last year, we had a large delegation and they were super happy, really got lots of interesting knowledge. And yeah, everyone at the grant office is very much supportive of sharing our practices with Ukrainian institutions. And then second successful example is SecureNet, ERA Talents project, which is also a widening project in the field of cybersecurity. The researcher with whom we have worked with already a lot was interested in submitting this application together with Czech partners. And then our partnership was looking like Estonia, Czechia, Lithuania, and the Netherlands. And then I mildly nudged them to include Ukraine because I think cybersecurity is also a field where Ukrainians really have a lot to share. And that's where the question was, well, do you have someone reliable? Do you know someone? But we already had experience with Carpathian National University, so we could like recommend them relatively, freely. We were confident that they would do good work. And then they also brought in Prekarpattia Obolenergo, which is energy provider in Ukraine. And this project is interesting. It actually builds, it's not just about building, collaborations between countries, it's very cross-sectoral. So each country has participation from academic institutions and from private or public sector. So this also helps establish like these intersectoral connections. So these are two examples. As I have said, more proposals, of course, have been submitted, and this is something that we always keep in our heads, that we are trying to promote among our researchers inclusion of Ukrainian partners. So maybe, to summarize, what is the role of research managers in this process of international collaboration? Well, I would first and foremost say, if you don't have the information, if you don't know about the calls, you don't know what to do, right? So our role is to promote the calls, to try to be targeted, to encourage people and do it in a timely fashion. People often start too late when they don't have they just simply don't have the time to do the work. If it's a large consortium-based project, you need a lot of time. It's not a matter of just like 1 week. You need to find the consortium, to get integrated, to decide what you will do in this project. So our role is to really give this information and encourage people, but do it so that they have the time to actually benefit from this information. Building partnerships, I think, is very important. Also something where research support managers can help a lot. And here, I have talked to some Ukrainian institutions, and I always tell them, yes, networking is key for researchers, but not only for researchers, also for research support managers. Because we usually have especially in central offices, we have very good overview of what is happening. We have good overview of research that is being done. So when someone comes to me and says, well, we are preparing this proposal, can you recommend someone? I can go to my colleagues, I can find relevant researchers, and I can help make a good match. And this goes both ways. If Ukrainian researchers, for example, come to us, or if we want to recommend someone for our researchers, if we have these connections with other support managers, we can ask them, hey, who is a good researcher in this topic? We're looking for partners. And it happens all the time that there is a need for more partners because consortia are very large. So we really can help on this level of building partnerships between institutions. And well, this is also where I was talking about this, trust. If you have at least some personal connection, it's much easier to make a recommendation because, as I said, researchers, they're usually set in their ways. They usually have their partnerships, and including new members is not easy. It's hard work to build those connections. And then, of course, if projects are funded and everyone is happy, I think research managers also have a role to play in the implementation side, because we are the ones who know the rules, and we are the ones who know how to play with the rules and maybe do the things that are right, but also make sense for the project. And this is important because participating well builds reputation, and then it scales. If you have participated once and you have left a good impression, it's likely that you will be invited again in the project, in the next proposal. And then maybe to conclude, I keep doing this, I'm sorry. Just to conclude, I think the main message I actually would like to give is that, of course, there was already interest in collaborating with Ukraine before 2022, but now it has grown. But I don't think we should look at this only as helping Ukraine. It's not just about helping Ukraine. It's also about utilizing the knowledge and experience and unique expertise that Ukrainians have. And this is also what we try to tell our researchers, that it's not just charity. This is really building something together, and this is really integrating very unique experience that Ukrainians have. So this collaboration and benefits, they go both ways. It's not just one way. So I really encourage, in many topics, I really encourage all institutions in Estonia and abroad to really consider and find partners, because I think it can be very, very beneficial for the whole of Europe. So I'll stop here, and if there are questions, I'm happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Viktoriia, for your wonderful presentation. Do we have questions? We do have a question, please.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Viktoriia, for your presentation. I'm very surprised because we also organized special on-site consultation for Kyiv School of Economics regarding the same project.
Yes, yes. I remember we were in a meeting, yes.
Yes, they have also a new idea to apply for the new call, and I have a very important questions to you too, because we're thinking for the future of research management in Ukraine, and you know that on April 23 will be open new call around the direct research management facility. So we can show right now a very simple example how to create consortia, for example, Tartu University, Kyiv School of Economy, and the National Research Foundation of Ukraine. We will start because we're also looking for the partners for this call. If somebody very interested, you can contact directly foundation, and we will try to collaborate together to build very strong consortia. It's the first one, where is Dmytro? Dmytro, I'm so happy to hear about the Hrebeniuk Foundation, and I'm so proud because he was graduated from my university, and he was my student. That time I delivered in public finance. And I'm very happy that you also involve NGOs from Ukraine for your activity. Let's come back to this call. Grant offices, project offices is something very new and very special to Ukraine. Sometimes we have in different universities such kinds of units, but mostly we have no. And your experience is very, very popular. We try to sometimes to invite you with your experience for our event to show how you work, how you promote. A very interesting sentence for me that you don't think it about the utilizing Ukraine's unique knowledge, but about the help to Ukraine. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you. Well, let's talk about new proposals at some point.
Yeah, and also bear in mind that we have hundreds of people listening to us online. Some of them are Ukrainians, so you may expect more emails shortly. But with this regard, this is also an important question, because if universities in Ukraine currently do not have grant support offices, but they want to be visible to you or to other offices, we just modeling now. What would be the optimal way so that your unit cannot spam of emails, but rather be effective communication? Because you said it's about networking. How we can build this network even if there is no grant support office for the moment?
Well, I think I would first of all say if there is even no formal structure, most likely there are people in these functions, like on some level. They might be scattered around, but they are probably there at all universities, people who deal more with administration and support. Probably I would even say make your local network first. Like if you don't have even like an official office, collect information, the people who are at your university already doing like something in this area, and make a network between themselves, because they can also help each other already. So that's like, kind of like very informal grant office, so to say. But it really helps when people can, talk to someone in these functions. I think, and maybe this is also talk with the Horizon office or NCP networks. I think it would be good to have like these also connections, because you probably have a much better like overview, and you can kind of help with requests and maybe like, I don't know, filtering them out or kind of streamlining them. But also what I would say, I mean, there are obviously networks of research managers that exist. I don't know, I think it's like, there is one large pan-European, IARMA. This is like something to look at. I mean, obviously, it's investment. It's not for free, but this is something to look at and to consider maybe to connect to their activities. There are like Utrecht Research Management Network. So I would recommend looking at those also networks for for connections, for building these connections. And I would also very much, well, the Bridge project I think is a good example of how Kyiv School of Economics, and I know they also have a unique situation. They are a private institution. It's very different. But I think looking at the the widening calls, where it's very important to build research management structures, I think it can really kind of kick off the process of thinking about this. Yeah, from our perspective, I might be slow in responding, but I don't mind if I receive requests. We'll definitely try to answer all of them and help to the extent that we can help and include Ukrainians in our activities.
Thank you so much. And likewise, it's also, I think, good opportunity if there is a will to include Ukrainian partners, and for some reason you don't know them or Dmytro do not know, office exists. Yes. Please don't hesitate to reach out. Big community behind, so we are happy to assist. Yeah. Thank you for this presentation. Thank you. And I welcome to the floor Kateryna Lobanova, who is postdoctoral research fellow in Taltech, who will bring us a different perspective between two systems, perspectives of Estonian and Ukrainian academic collaboration. Please welcome.
So, hi everyone. My name is Kateryna Lobanova. I am a postdoctoral researcher at Tallinn University of Technology. And as I have experience in both Estonian and Ukrainian academia, I would like to share some kind of perspectives on maybe potential future collaboration between these two academias. So I'm also a Ukrainian war refugee, and I've been living here since March 2022. When the full-scale Russian invasion started, I was in the 3rd grade of my PhD degree at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. And in Ukraine, I've got education in philosophy, but also I was working in sociology, mostly in fieldwork departments, in different think tanks for many years. And that's why, for me, it's really difficult to say, who am I? Am I a philosopher or am I a sociologist? I think I'm something in between humanities and social science. My main focus is mobility research, and also I'm really interested in migration questions. In Ukraine, I also was working with different vulnerable groups, which now has really helped me to provide my own research at Taltech. In Estonia, firstly, I joined a meeting of Estonian Academy of Sciences. It was in autumn 2022. And at that meeting, I also met some of my future colleagues at Taltech. And thanks to that meeting, I also met my future supervisor, Professor Noorma. And now you can see from this picture, I'm really happy to be a part of her data lab team at Taltech. Also thinking about my how can I continue my research in Estonia, because sometimes it's a bit hard to be a refugee. And I was trying to find any opportunities. So I was working at Taltech on GRANDE-U project as an analyst. I was also finished migration summer school. And I also was involved in research project on Ukrainian women migrants. In 2024, I defended my thesis at Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. I did it remotely because of the conditions, of course, and I became a PhD in February 2024. Also in Estonia, I started to work on something new. I tried to find a new interest, not only in the migration and mobility research. And I started working on topics like AI and data and digital literacy, and also on AI-based mobility. Together with my colleagues from my data lab team, we published recently a few articles about it. And still now we are working on the last article about Estonian youth perception of AI and robots. So I hope it will be published also soon. I applied for MSA for Ukraine twice, and to be honest, I failed it also twice. But the second call gave me the seal of excellence, and that's why I had this ability to be funded by ETAC initiatives for postdoctoral researchers. This is, as you remember, Mobilitas grant. So that's why now I have my own postdoctoral project at Teltech, which calls like the vision of freedom and necessity as factors in the formation of civil identity by Ukrainian men abroad, multidimensional socio-philosophical inquiry. So I'm really interested in the topic how Ukrainian men in Estonia perceive topics like freedom and duty, obligation. What about their future plans? What about challenges that they faced with as migrants? And what about their future plans, and what about the adaptation problems from the gender perspective? So, shortly say, it's a kind of gender-orientated migration research. Now I'm on the fieldwork stage, and I'm providing interviews with the Ukrainian men in Estonia, both refugees and non-refugees. I'm interested in comparing these both groups. And I used scenario-based interviews and eye tracking technology at Teltech. Also, after that, I'm going to provide some experts interviews with different experts in Estonia and in Ukraine. And with our Ukrainian partners, we also have plans to run the survey in Ukraine about Ukrainian society perception of potential return of Ukrainian men in Ukraine. And at the same time, I have an idea of cooperation with my previous Ukrainian institution, with the Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. And before this conference, I also thinking like what kind of message I would like to share with you today. And I decided to ask some of my colleagues, not only from this university, from different universities in Ukraine, what do they think about this potential collaboration? What do they think about these perspectives that we probably have? And it seems like I came to the conclusion that we need two strategies, like short-term and long-term strategies. One is like ongoing war strategy, and the second one like a post-war strategy. Because it seems like it's a really similar situation, the same as with the Ukrainian war refugees. I said it also on one of the previous conferences, that, for example, in the context of Ukrainian war refugees, it's really important to think how to integrate them right now in the host societies. But at the same time, we have to make a step further and think about the future, how to maybe integrate them deeply after a few years. What about our plans for that? And the most important, how maybe to reintegrate it into Ukraine when the war will be over. So, in academia, I think we have the same. So we need two strategies, and all these strategies will work on the same time. Ukraine is a part of the Europe, and we really try to be as much as we can involved in European scientific community. But at the same time, we faced there with many challenges, and it's not only about the war right now. For example, one of these challenges is, I would say that it's really low salaries, because, for example, professor can earn per month maybe, if he's really lucky, 600 euro. Teaching assistant, like a lecture assistant, will earn around 400, 450 euro. So it's also not a big amount of money, even for Ukraine, especially when they have so many tasks in academia. The second point is about bureaucracy. We have many paperwork there, especially comparing with the Estonian university. So I see that, unfortunately, we have to improve it at my Ukrainian universities. Because sometimes, for example, if you have to sign up any kind of document or paper, and you need 4 signatures, in Ukraine, for example, I spent around 1 week for that, with the manually signing up these documents. But here we have RIA DigiDoc, and we can do it like very quickly. So we also need these type of initiatives. At the same time, we also have a problem because with the teaching, with the designation of teaching and research, because many of my colleagues, they are combining both of these roles, and it seems like sometimes they are really overwhelmed by their work tasks. And of course, you can't raise our salaries and you can't reduce our bureaucracy, but I would like to share these ideas with you because it's like kind of our reality, and for you it's better to understand this reality if you have some kind of cooperation with the Ukrainian institutions, because sometimes, especially because of the war, it's not very easy to do very simple things that we can do here, for example, to make a call at 10 a.m. at Zoom, because if we have some kind of alarm or bombing attack or drones, they can't join at 10 a.m. in Zoom. We have many good specialists, but unfortunately, you know, maybe not all of them you know, because not all of them are published in Q1 journals. So what we can do right now, I think, about the ongoing war strategy, the first thing that we already have, and it's better to continue to do, is about secondments and trainings and trainships. So it's really good initiative. We also heard something from project that were presented today, and at the same time we have initiatives like Erasmus and Erasmus+. They're really important, and secondments is really good for youth, but at the same time they could be a bit difficult for other staff at the university, because for now we have a lot of paperwork, so we have to spend sometimes a month to organize this these secondments for a few days or a few weeks, for example. And sometimes we also have a challenge there that you won't be paid the full salary. For example, if I'm working at the Ukrainian university and I'm going to the secondment in Estonia for 2 weeks, for example, in the end of the month I will have only half of my salary from the Ukrainian university, because it's a kind of trainship, and for the trainship I can't be paid from the university. So this is also kind of problem, especially if you are not a youth. So the same with my experience, by the way, in 2022, when I was funded the first time under this ETAC initiative for Ukrainian researchers in Estonia, I had to refuse for my Ukrainian scholarship for the same period of time because of this rule. I hope that one day maybe this rules will be changed, and we have to work on it as well, because for now it seems like it's not really motivate people to go abroad to spread their experience and to gain a new knowledge abroad. So also the second point, which is really important, is the resource sharing. In the beginning of the war, many universities and scientific communities shared their access, for example, to the different journals, to the databases, and thanks to that, many of my colleagues may continue to do their work, even with the horrible conditions that we have now. So at the same time, the most important thing that my colleagues say to me, it was about a remote partnership with the Ukrainian universities and the institution during some European projects, because many of them said to me that we don't need some kind of relocation grant. We need a support right here because we would like to stay in Ukraine. We would like to support the science. We don't want to move abroad, maybe just for like some kind of trainship or secondment, but not for a month or half a year, because we would like to support the students and the science here. It's quite important for us. So they say, especially from the humanities, for example, side, we don't have now enough possibilities because sometimes, I don't know why, but sometimes many people a bit underestimate humanities. So about the post-war strategy, it's also really important to join Ukrainian institution in grant applications. As I said before, we don't have enough experience with that. Many of my colleagues are trying to apply for different grants, but sometimes, as I understand, they feel a bit lost because they don't have enough experience with that, so we have to continue to teach them. So it's also about the long-term perspectives, because it seems like it's not a sprint, it's a marathon, and we have to make this step by step, and I hope that one day they will be more independent and can apply for many grants by themselves. Also, it's really important to support these support publications in English and to be like co-author with them, because also my colleagues say that for them it's sometimes they don't have enough possibilities to practice their English skills. So, it's not only about the articles, for example, it's also about this oral communication. So they would like to be doing more. We have many people who, even with this condition of the war, they're really motivated and they really want to be a part of some European communities, some part of European projects. But sometimes they just know what to do and from what they should start. And the fifth point is about contribution to development of Ukrainian studies. I have my colleague, she's also Ukrainian war refugee, but in Sweden. Now they are working on, it's also, by the way, the easiest way to collaborate with Ukrainian institution. Now they're working on some course of Ukrainian studies at the university because it seems like many people there are interested in Ukrainian studies. About my contribution within my project, I was thinking, how can I build this bridge between Estonian university and my Ukrainian university? So now, for example, next month, I'm going to organize a workshop at the Shevchenko National University of Kyiv with the main topic of how can we use programs and different softs like IRAMUTEC that we use in social sciences for text analyzing. How can we use it also in philosophy? I have some ideas and I would like to share it with my colleagues and a bit to teach them. The second point, I would like to organize online research seminar with the Department of History of Philosophy. We probably do it next month, or maybe in May 2026. The main topic will be freedom and necessity. And the third point is social philosophical roundtable between Taltech and Taras Shevchenko National University of Kyiv. I can't say that we built really strict plans. I hope to do it next year, but we'll see on the conditions. Maybe it will be offline, maybe it will be online, maybe we'll combine both of these formats because I can't say that we can build really strict plans on that. But anyway, I would like to join them also, all my colleagues from the previous university, and to make some kind of event when we can share our research, and also I will share my research results. And in general, Ukrainian academia is still functioning during the war, and thanks to the help from Europe and also from Estonia. And we have many strong researchers who are really motivated to be part of the European community. And we need just to continue this cooperation that we have right now, find new initiatives that can support them even without relocation thing, as I said before. And we have to improve this visibility of Ukrainian researchers in European community. And thanks to MSA for Ukraine and ITAC and in similar initiatives, we still have researchers like me who can try to be at least this small bridge between Ukrainian and Estonian institutions and share this experience. I really hope that we'll have the same chances in the future. And if you have any ideas about the collaboration, project results implementation in Ukraine or in Estonia, please contact me via email. I'm really open and I will be happy to discuss it with you. So thank you so much for your attention and for this possibility to make this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Do we have a question from the audience? Yeah, we have one. Active
well, thank you very much for your brilliant presentation and for describing all challenges you're facing, even being in Ukraine, and if you come back to Ukraine after the war period. You're thinking about the MSA for Ukraine. Yes, it's really crucial for Ukraine. Unfortunately, last year a call was announced with the special funding for Ukraine, MSA for Ukraine as well, but nobody will win on this call. And European Commission thinking about the opportunity and possibility to recall this call for future. My question is about how can you compare the previously condition to conduct research in Ukraine, even the grade of salary you described, and now? You know that from January 2026, the Ministry of Education inside of Ukraine adopts special order with increasing salary for research in more than 30%. Do you know about it or no?
I've heard about it, but as I know, it also depends on the university. Because, for example, at Taras Shevchenko University of Kyiv, we have a bit different conditions comparing with the other universities, so it's not the same situation.
Yes, you're right, because it also depends on funding from not state sources for the university. For example, it's not budgetary funding. It also funding with a different type of project, which implemented by the university. The next questions to you. How you collaborate with MSCA alumni?
How
you collaborate with MSCA alumni? Do you know about this organization or no?
No, I only applied for MSCA for Ukraine.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. We also have online questions, so don't stay with us a little longer. We have a question: how do Ukrainians view the influx of collaborators? Are there too many offers? And what topics does Ukraine want to study and collaborate on? And we will also discuss that partly on the panel discussion, but what is your take on that?
I can say only from maybe humanities and social science perspectives, because I know that many Ukrainians now, they're interested in some collaboration projects, first of all, in ecology. So it's not about humanities or social science, but I also contacted with some other institutions from Ukraine, and they contact me because they saw my Ukrainian name and surname, and like as a part of the Teltech, they asked me something about it. And they're interested in many ecological projects to support these green initiatives. And also, I've heard many about initiatives about how can we support ex-servicemen after the war, and even now during the war, like about rehabilitation. So it's on the agenda. I think it's the most important thing now. Many people are thinking about this war and post-war context. And also, I've heard about that researchers try to use their abilities, even my philosophers. They say that they will try to use philosophical text for rehabilitation. So it's like one of the potential ideas. So let's hope.
That's very interesting. Thank you so much for that. I wanted to have a small remark, because I think a colleague representing European Commission just left, but it is important that those concerns that you have received from Ukrainian stakeholders are a little bit met in a coalition that she has presented, because there is a UNESCO plan where there is a special part, which is the stakeholders forum, where Ukrainian stakeholders may raise all those questions as well, both short-term and long-term. And I think they are all very valid as well. And by that, we hope that together with international partners, and Estonia included, we may address them in a more structural way. Because indeed the recent study of UNESCO shows that even access to IT tools is one of the simple but necessary thing that we desperately need. And
we also need this library renovation. And
so just not to have to leave this question hanging, that there will be more opportunities to address those issues. Just for our colleagues who are in Ukraine, be active. There will be this stakeholder forum, and for colleagues in Estonia or in Nordic countries, also join the coalition or other forums or other formats, and let's try to build this bridge and meet those needs. Together. Thank you so much. And with that, I will thank Kateryna again for her presentation. And we actually arrived to our one more break session to network a little bit and prepare for the third session that we're gonna have at 14:50. So please come back shortly, and we will continue. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our third session, so please join us in the hall, and colleagues online, we will start just in a moment. I will just briefly announce that third session will be an opportunity to see some showcases of the projects as well that are impactful partnership to address Ukrainian R&D needs. We're gonna have 4 projects presented as a part of Impress-U configuration that has been already presented before. And we're gonna have 2 projects from Nordforsk to be explained to us. The session will be a little bit faster. We're gonna have 10 minutes presentations. So also, if you have questions to the speaker, please already put them on slide or timely, because we're gonna go quickly from one speaker to another. I also have to remind that today, apparently in Estonia, we have civil security or civil protection alarm that may happen right in the middle of our panel. So please be ready for that. And for Ukrainian colleagues, we already prepared for that all the time. Yeah, so I also keep encouraging people to use Slido and remind that we have a poll. After the conference, you can leave your comments. So we probably should already start. And I would like to give the floor to Levent with a presentation about hardware-efficient realization of UA cryptographic standards. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the presentation. So I'm Levent from Tallinn University of Technology. So in this presentation, I will talk about our IMPRESS-U project on the hardware-efficient realization of Ukrainian cryptographic standards. So as you can see, our project actually consists of 3 main partners. One of them is the Samuel Paklarin and research team from Carnegie Mellon University, me from Tallinn University of Technology, and Roman Olenikov from Kharkiv Kharkiv National University. So I will start briefly talking about, giving you details about the Ukrainian cryptographic standards, and I will give the main objectives of this project that we set in the beginning of this project, and then I will talk about the activities that we performed during the project and give you some results. And also I would also talk about the collaboration that we have with Ukrainian partners, and finally this presentation will end with the conclusions. So first of all, let me give you a brief summary about Ukrainian cryptographic standards. So before 2015, actually, they were using the Soviet GOS protocols as a block cipher and also hash functions, because these algorithms are actually very, very slow in the modern applications, and also there were new theoretical attacks have been discovered. So they held a competition between 2007 and 2010. It was actually a national public cryptographic competition, and then they selected the Kalynia as a block cipher and Khutkyy as a hash function. The reason they chose these algorithms simply because they have a very compact implementation and they have very actually improvement in the performance. So however, these algorithms, they have been used in the national institutions as well, but they have only the software implementation, so there were no hardware realizations. So whenever we actually start talking about this project with our Ukrainian partners, we decided to implement these algorithms in hardware, especially in the high performance and low power, and also especially with also secure implementations as well, especially such an analysis and also fault injection attacks. So we would like to have a kind of different implementations of Kalynia, Khutkyy, and Khutkyy together as well, because they can be also implemented as a unified architecture, and also compare these algorithms with the standards AES and also SHA-3. And the second objective is actually implement all these cryptographic algorithms in an ASIC chip. So all these tasks, all this work, we divided into 5 tasks as given here in 2 years. So the first 3 ones, as you can see, are mostly related with the design space exploration, their implementation, all implemented at the Taltech. The 4th one is the ASIC implementation of this cryptographic standards, which held actually at the Carnegie Mellon University. But our Ukrainian partners were always with us, so we were always, because they were the actual inventors of these crypto standards, we were always asking them about, first of all, how these operations work in these cryptographic algorithms, and mostly, to validate what we have done in the hardware. So we set 3 milestones in our project. First of all, it started with on 16th of August. It's going to finish also. It's a 2 years project. It's going to end this year. So we had 3 milestones. One of them was the optimized cryptography primitives. We had the optimized design structures, and also the last one was the ASIC chip fabrication, which actually finished last month. So I will talk about a little bit about the activities. We explored so many design architectures, parallel, serial. We did so many hardware reduction techniques in the design, especially with the specific operations, for example, execution suspects, additional architectures, and also miscom operation, all conducting with all actually our Ukrainian cryptographers as well. And we also implemented the secure designs using some techniques, hiding, masking, and also spatial and temporal duplication as well. And then we also did this power leakage assessment through the test vector leakage assessment as well. And finally, we had our chip actually arrived last month. And I will give you a little bit results about the Kateryna and Khutkyy. As you can see here, we have actually implemented different architectures. The idea is just like actually to explore the trade-off between the area and latency. This is actually the performance and also power dissipation as well. And we have, as you can see here, one parallel and the four serial architectures. We all implemented these countermeasures. We also analyzed the impact of these countermeasures on the area latency and also power dissipations as well. We, as I showed you before, we had this security countermeasures as well to see the leakage, what's happening in the design, and also we had the chip. So we used the 65 nanometer low power technology, synthesized so many Kateryna actually implementations, as you can see here, and also Khutkyy as well, and also as a unified one with the Kateryna and Khutkyy. We also put the AES and the SHA-2 as well, just like to make the fair comparison with our Ukrainian crypto standards. So as collaborations with the Ukrainian partners, we were, in the beginning, we were actually mostly discussing on the mathematical background of these crypto standards. Then when we finalize our designs, we then start talking about the topics that we can work together, especially lightweight cryptography and also post-quantum cryptography as well. And we are planning to have 2 joint publications with them because the chips have arrived. We are planning to write this Kateryna block cipher, all these results, in the joint publication. And we are also planning to one more for the Khutkyy hash function as well. And also we are planning to do a joint project under the cybersecurity related to secure and efficient implementation of PQC algorithms in hardware and software. So as conclusions here, in this project, we designed the hardware realizations of the Ukrainian cryptography standards. We also designed their, secure implementations as well. We did their evaluation, the power leakage, and also implemented in a chip. And we were also lucky to work with our Ukrainian cryptographers as well. So if you have any questions, I would like to answer them. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Do we have questions on site? Not for the moment, but I wanted to keep asking people, how do you see sustainability, how we can proceed further?
I guess this loop project, for example, that we are writing together with them, it will be also, again, it's going to be a 2 years project, but we will keep working together with them, hopefully. And the other things is this one, we also would like to do more, about education in the Ukrainian universities, in the curriculum as well. So one of these I didn't mention here because this was mostly the implementation of the cryptographic algorithms, but we would like to also have, let's say, the ASIC design courses in Ukrainian universities as well to build this actually, all these lectures and the tools, and there are also so many open tools that do everything as well. Because as far as we see, they are very, very good at in software implementation, but the hardware implementation is a little bit missing, especially the chip design. So the other thing is that we would like to also do not help, but to collaborate together in building this actually chip design in Ukrainian universities as well.
Really nice. So can I conclude that there is an added value to use already soft skills developed and some expertise, but bring this added value of hardware design and then actually collaborate further on these kind of topics together. Yeah, okay. Lovely, lovely conclusion. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Yes, and I would like to call with the presentation Mario Leer, Senior Research Fellow of Department of Computer Systems in Taltech, with a presentation of his project in Empress-EU as well. Welcome.
Hello, I'm glad to be here. And the project we are talking about is about robust machine learning for object detection and classification, and I'm head of Embedded AI Research Lab. The project goal is about optimizing machine learning architectures to run faster, to take less space, and to deploy these on special hardware, because these are mostly deployed on the drones. And in this project, Taltech had 5 subtasks. First, reduce the complexity of these architectures. Then develop the partnership between universities. Also develop research and education, and organize workshops, and also joint publications and presentations. In this project, we have 3 partners, and one of these is Rochester Institute of Technology from US, and also the National Technical University of Ukraine. About the research that we have conducted in this, we realized during at the start of the project that it was very challenging to exchange data between Ukraine and Estonia because of different rules, and it was not basically impossible to have the drone data, which actually means that we had to customize our own drone platform. And after that was ready, then we started data collection, and we implemented the sensor fusion, basically, which means that we are using different camera sensor information, for example, the thermal camera, infrared camera, the usual RGB camera, and we fuse it together and to provide very robust classification for the drones. In addition to that, we were also working with robust navigation, which is based on the visual inertial odometry in GNSS denied scenarios. And at the end, when we had to also deploy the models to the special hardware, the hardware accelerators to speed up the processing, and as a result, we got a speed up of roughly 2 to 5 times. As a partnership and research, for example, in this year, we jointly submitted to the new NATO SPS project proposal about the resilience farming technologies. Also, the Skyfall, which is Ukraine's one of the biggest drone manufacturer, contacted us and provided their help. Currently, there is a memorandum of understanding in signing in progress, but the idea is to have a common understanding about the unified drone platform that could be used also for research and also on the field. So we have similar expectations, and also they provide help participating on our next hackathon, Fly or Die, which with help of challenges directly from the front line, also mentoring and presentation. Also, we have a cooperation with another Ukrainian Estonian company about the same drone platform research, which could be used also on the field. And they also provide us with the specific tasks for the students to solve and help currently the most critical issues that needs to be solved. From end of last year, we also have a PhD student from Ukraine. I'm one of the supervisors, and the topic is about virtual sandbox for emulating this space usage in laser systems to protect satellites and aircraft for the space debris. We also have some publications. One joint publication is about convolutional architectures for camouflaged object detection, because it gets harder and harder to, people are hiding better on the ground from the drones, and it's also needs more robust models to detect different objects on the ground. Another publication is about failure-tolerant visual inertial odometry using contextual understanding and sensor fusion. Again, we are using here sensor fusion in order to provide robust localization and understanding where are we and in which direction we are moving. The third publication is about robust 5G terrestrial positioning system using with sensor fusion and also in GNSS denied areas, which actually navigation relies mostly on the 5G, but in case it's not available, then we can fill this gap with the help of visual inertial odometry. About education, we have two subjects we are teaching, and one is the machine learning for embedded systems. In that subject, we have provided, we have taken from the project different topics and involve students to solve these topics, the issues. Another subject is a mechatronics and smart systems project, which is actually a bigger project. There is a group of students who are working with same tasks, and in current scenario, they are they're developing this as the drone platform, which is modular and can be used and extended very, very easily, and it's also cost effective. Also, we have been invited in different events. In 2024, we were presenting, for example, the edge computing and AI in military devices. Also, from last year, we participated in the Borderless Border Management Conference. We were present there with the drones and the slides and about the heterogeneous drone swarms for mission-critical rescue operations and infrastructure monitoring. And this year, we had a presentation about the launch to mission completion, fully autonomous aerial operations. So, and as you see, it all goes to more autonomous flights and swarming. Also, the workshop that we organized last year was first of the Daltech organized drone hackathon, Fly or Die. We managed to get there very good partners, and we provided roughly 15 challenges, and out of 15, 12 were selected by the student groups. One of the group was also from Ukraine, for example, and the results were very useful for real time also. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Any volunteers to ask the questions? Okay, I will be volunteer one more time. I think it's really comprehensive, the way how you work and which areas you cover. And you also mentioned a couple of specific ways how you cooperate with Ukrainian companies and the researchers as well. On the other hand, on our Ukrainian side, we sometimes witness hesitance as well. Are we welcome to participate in these security-related calls? What is the aspects of research security with potential leak of some sensitive data, access to data you have been already mentioning that is an issue. So based on that, what would you suggest? Because then we understand that probably research part is quite narrow part of cooperation in drones or other sensitive areas. From your experience, what would you suggest for Ukrainian companies or researchers working in these sensitive areas? What part of their research is mostly usable, let's say, in European projects? Which part is for European collaborative project and which is not?
I did actually mention one big challenge there also is about the goals. When we set in the project the goal for next 2 years, then actually it will change. In every 3 months we have updated goals, new priorities, and it's very, very hard to keep on track what is there. And maybe this is something that okay, it needs more tighter cooperation, discussions, but yes, I understood that maybe this part of the project is not maybe which needs sensitive data, because everything that we can model and analyze using our own data can be easily transferred and also deployed on the hardware. Let's say we can use the same hardware that they are using, and then it's very easy to deploy it for them. So I would say that this is the approach actually that we are moving. That's why I'm working with different groups to understand what they are using currently, what is relevant, what's not anymore. So I guess that's good.
Nice. So it's indeed a two-way road, and thank you so much for this insights. We also have one more question now, please.
Thank you. I'm especially thankful about this ImpressU project, but as a researcher in Estonia, I see you are already covered with lot of different type of projects. Do you see that there is still a space to start a new one or next one with Ukrainian team?
Of course. Actually, I would be very glad if all the people are contacting us about this, because the development moves towards the swarming technologies and sensor fusion and also AI on the edge, which means that AI is deployed on the drone, so the drones get even smarter, and I see it's very, very relevant and needed. So I would be happy to cooperate in this field.
Thank you. Very well. Thank you so much. Thank you for your presentation. And I'm welcoming to the floor Argo Iolert. Sorry if I made it a bit wrong. Associate Professor, Institute of Ecology and Earth Science of University of Tartu, and with presentation about groundwater resilience assessment. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm just presenter. The lead partner in this ImpressU program is from US. A couple, Russian-Ukrainian couple who was living in US for the last 30 years, asked themselves a question, what can we do in February 2022? And so they found the partners in Europe, the partners that have experience on groundwater resources. And what has happened in Ukraine is that there are so many challenges also related to groundwater. When the population, a few millions, are moving in one part of the country to Western Ukraine in a limited area, they all need water. They do drink water, they use it for industrial purposes and so on. So, and at the same time, the infrastructure is collapsing. Also, the possibilities to monitor the water resources have diminished. So what can we do? If we don't have any data, how can we prognosis how much water can be used? And since they have moved close to the Polish border and other borders also, the western neighbors, the resources, groundwater resources, they are not following the country borders. They are transboundary resources. So in conditions where we don't have any good observation data, how can we estimate the resources? And well, war started, monitoring stopped, but at the same time the remote sensing tools have remained still available. One of the good satellite tool is GRACE program that is launched by Germans, Geoforschungszentrum Potsdam. There are 2 satellites about 500 kilometers above us, 200 kilometers from each other, following each other in the same road and registering their distance. And they are monitoring, their distance depends on the mass distribution in the ground. The geological masses are all the same in the same position. They don't move. But what is also changing the mass distribution is the water in the ground. So these tools have been flying for about 20 years. And that's long enough time series to be used for these tiny differences in gravity and deducing from this the amount of water in the ground. So we can use it because it's global. We can use it also for Ukraine or any transboundary area. And the essence of the project is to collect all the different groundwater resources, also the precipitation data, temperature data, and that kind of data is also available from different sources, different qualities, different time ranges, and so on. But these can be collected together, and when calibrated with the observation data, all these algorithms that we are developing have to be ground truthed. And here you can see the partners. US as a lead partner has transboundary water bodies with Mexico. Clearly Ukraine with Poland, but also the Baltic states have transboundary water bodies that can be used. So the program, the project is about to improve the gravity data, which is rather coarse, laterally, but temporally, the timely, monthly data is available. So this monthly data is very important because we have seasons. The rainfall is and water tables are fluctuating annually. So how to make it more precise for different territories? What are the parameters that affect play the more important role in why we see the satellite data or the gravity changing, and what is the contribution of different parameters in ground. So this is the scientific part. The project is also having the student training part. And we've had some webinars, some smaller courses, but last year we had this so-called Baltic trip with project partners and also with the Ukrainian students traveling or coming to Baltic states, seeing what we are doing, how we are doing, we sharing our experience, teaching sometimes also some tricks that you're not necessarily needing expensive equipment. Sometimes cheap hands-on solutions can be quite useful. So that's the project. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the audience? Yes, we have one, please. No?
But you have.
But I have, of course, of course. So what I wanted actually to ask is, of course, we all witness the situation, ecological situation in Ukraine, and we often say that it is a disaster, but it brings some opportunities, including research opportunities to study and consider specific cases. We had once been talking to one of research teams that said that they simply needed to change the methodology because sometimes you cannot measure soil in contaminated and not contaminated because there are simply no clean soil in the region. So, but this often brings us to the point that it is extremely needed for Ukraine right now. But to gain access to EU funding, for example, you need to prove why this research is important to member states as well, because it's a common pot of EU public funding. So this is a great thing that we have some dedicated calls that support Ukraine, but we also have to be thinking what is needed from the situation to EU. Maybe you can give us some hints. What is the points of interest that are actually coming from EU member states?
Well, the EU members in this project, Latvia, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Poland, have been already involved in some projects. Transboundary water bodies are affecting neighbors, and at the same time, they are not monitored or observed in the same way as the, let's say, the central parts of the country. The monitoring networks are covering, but there are always marginal areas which are not covered as in the same way as the central part. So the data quality is different, and that's why the transboundary water studies are needed. And this is actually how the European partners got together already before this project. So. But in principle, the groundwater shortage is a global problem. Also in these partner countries, we speak about very different climate zones. The Baltic states and Western Ukraine are pretty much in the same climatic zone, but Eastern Ukraine, perhaps not, and for sure the Rio Grande area is very different. But, yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for this hint. Thank you for your presentation. Let's give a speaker a round of applause. And I have a pleasure to invite Andrei Blinov, who is a Senior Research Fellow at Department of Electrical Power Engineering and Mechatronics of Taltech, with the next presentation. Welcome.
Yes, thank you very much for the introduction. First of all, I would like to express gratitude for the opportunity to present the project, and the title is Adaptive Infrastructure Recovery from Repeated Shocks Through Resilience Stress Testing in Ukraine. And basically, I'm talking in the name of Andrei Chub, who is my colleague. Unfortunately, he couldn't come today, but he is the PI of the project from the Taltech side. So the main idea of the project is to investigate and study resilience recovery under attack. So basically how the critical systems can prepare, absorb, and recover from repeated shocks. So most of the analysis previously was considering static model, for example. Then we just, let's say, investigate the possibilities to sustain like a single disastrous event or shock, but not a series of them. And the goal of the project is to investigate how can we move to this dynamic recovery analysis. And also, it was also like a capacity building between Ukrainian researchers and Western partners. So to, let's say, illustrate the idea behind the project is that you can see if we have like this rate system exhibiting some stress, so each time, one after another, it basically degrades, and then after some time, it drops below the performance threshold and couldn't function normally. And the goal is not only to improve the system so it can absorb single shocks later, but actually every time recover and deliver the performance threshold, which is above or the estimated one, so it can continue to function. And yeah, the core partners or the lead institution is University of Florida in US, and there are also other institutes and, from Poland, Baltic from Estonia, and also Lithuania and Ukraine. And supporting organizations is Dallas Fort Worth Airport in US, in Texas. So they were, many of the case studies were based on the data provided from this airport, and this was like one of the expertise contributors to let's say, share the knowledge in this among the partners in this area. Also, Ministry of Digital Transformation in Ukraine, CyberDia, and the Ministry of Environment in Ukraine. And yeah, basically we also have some meetings arranged in the frame of the project. One was in 2024 and another in 25, and both of these meetings were a special part of the NATO SPS, let's say, broader events hosted by NATO as an organization. And the role of Taltech, specifically in this project, was last mile electrification. So on the user level, how can the system sustain its operation? Especially, we focused on some critical loads such as hospitals. So how to prioritize the loads in case there is a deficiency in electric power, and how can the system, let's say, recover and continue to operate afterwards, and provide the functions normally. And yes, yes, in the frame of the project, so together with Taltech, there were 7 papers which were published, and 4 more papers are still in the preparation, and all of them are associated with resiliency and the recovery of the infrastructure. Follow-up projects, we have one funded project already in the frame of this NATO SPS, which was presented by our Polish and Ukrainian colleagues, and this is basically a direct successor of the EMPRIS-U project, focusing on exactly the same topic of resiliency and the recovery under tests. Also, we have in the plan one more workshop in Turkey in April, so next month already. And future steps, many mentioned already, this Look call, So we are strongly considering applying for this call because energy and cybersecurity are one of the main focus areas in this call, and the project, this project was basically all built around these areas. Yes, that was like more of a formal part about the project, but I added a few slides about our, like my personal experience collaborating with Ukraine. So it all started long before this project in 2009. So I was attending the conferences, Power Electronics and Energy Efficiency in Ukraine, in Crimea, until 2013. Then afterwards, I was participating also in several conferences in different cities in Ukraine. And one professor from Kharkiv Institute was actually advisor during my PhD thesis, and we still continue cooperation in one of the Eurozone projects from Eurozone Fellowship. So with Chernihiv, we also have a very, let's say, fruitful collaboration since 2010. So we have 2 postdocs stayed in Taltech, and also 4 PhD students from Chernihiv defended, and 2 of those students were I have supervised, and both stayed in Estonia afterwards. They work in the private sector, and one of them actually works in the company headquartered in Tartu, so working on the machine vision area. They also participated in Smart GSUM project, which is a EU-funded project on the, let's say, student mobility. And yeah, there are some other students performed short-term visiting our lab. And currently we also collaborate with the Igor Sikorsky Polytechnic Institute, and we jointly write publications, do some patent applications. We have experience in joint PhD student supervision, and also helping them with the research grant proposals. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I invite people to ask questions. And as there are no volunteers, I will have a question for you. First of all, thank you so much for presentation, and it's really good to see quite concrete follow-up steps, so congratulations on that. So we see the continuation of this cooperation as well. What I also wanted to ask you, we are often hearing from our officials, and also we heard it a couple of times today, that it is important to support Ukrainians staying in Ukraine, to prevent brain drain and so on. And on the other hand, we also hear that Ukraine, in a sense, is a test bed for many technologies and access to unique data sets. And therefore, many research organizations call for international partners not only to use the data, not only to collect the data, but also include Ukrainian partners through the process and keep them so that we jointly collect the knowledge. What is your take on that? How important in the area that you have described? I think it is connected, so data can be indeed collected not only in the airport, but in our cases as well, in electricity. So what do you think? What are the areas where we need presence in Ukraine and that will be of added value?
Yes, indeed. So I guess your question had like 2 parts. First, about supporting Ukrainians to, let's say, stay in Ukraine rather than to leave the country. I guess this is more like of a personal decision. Some guys, after studying with us, got back to the country. Some stayed, some left to some other countries. So this is, yeah, a bit of the personal decision, I would guess, but we were always open to, let's say, help students to, even with the, let's say, short-term visits, maybe not that short-term, but like a few months to half a year, because at least in the area where I work, it is more like of applied area, and then you need actually to have a good laboratory equipment to do good publications. And unfortunately, Ukraine was severely underfinanced, not only during the last years, but since the 90s. And they basically couldn't really verify the ideas in Ukraine, and we helped them to, let's say, come to us and let's say, perform these tests, measure everything with the good equipment, and then have a good publication and good thesis. As for the data, yes, obviously, this is, we try to make it so it's useful for everyone. Indeed, Ukraine has unique data in terms of recovery from the stresses, and now we try to also include this in many of our research proposals to have this like cybersecurity part in the project, and have also some, let's say, this stress resiliency part in the project, because if we look like before in EU, at least, it was a lot of obsession about how green is the energy, you know, how much is the part of the renewable energy in the generation. But now that this is still one of the main pillars, but there are like two more in terms of like how resilient the system is, and not only, let's say, in some single time events like weather conditions, but also in the repeated stress events.
Yeah. Sounds really interesting and promising, so we'll keep that in mind while looking for new paths for collaboration. Thank you for your presentation. Thank you so much. Give a round of applause. And with that, we are moving to a Nordforsk part. We are eager to hear how it is done. Please welcome on the stage Anneli Uskula, Professor of Institute of Family Medicine and Public Health, University of Tartu. Please, the floor is yours.
Yes. Thank you very much for the Estonian Science Foundation for inviting me to speak here. I was listening to the presentation, and it's really amazing what superb technical sciences are done in Estonia, the research. So now I will turn the table to the healthcare. So, and would like to talk about the project that we are running together with the researchers from Norway and Sweden, and it's looking at the health needs of the Ukrainian war refugees. So here you can see our team. Our lead partner is from Norway, and their competencies are in service design and also digital service design. So it's a pleasure to learn with them and learn from them and work with them. So my team is from the University of Tartu, the Institute of Family Medicine and Public Health. So we come with a research methodology and healthcare competencies. And our third partner is from Uppsala University from Sweden, and Sore from there. He is a specialist expert on the migration topic. So we have a very reasonable team to work. In Estonia, we also work together with Estonian Refugee Council, of course, because in the university building in Tartu, in the fourth floor, there are no refugees. I mean, we work in our offices, so we need real contact with the real life. So, and also since the launch of the project, we have an Ukrainian researcher with us working, Galina Oprelinska. So we are well equipped for this trip. Oh, so now. So about the project, it's no news for the audience here, but the war in Ukraine has created a largest since Second World War migration of people. And the people from Ukraine have migrated in many, or almost every European country. But it's actually quite unevenly distributed through the Europe. If we look at the Ukrainian migrant per 10,000, 1,000 local populations, their intensity ranges from 1 per 1,000 people in France to 35 Ukrainian refugees per 1,000 people in Estonia, in Slovenia. So you can see the absolute numbers of the Ukrainian refugees in different countries, and of course Germany, Poland, they are the leading recipients, host countries for over 2 million Ukrainian refugees. But the war is still going on. It's the fourth year. So the Ukrainian migrants, they only don't need the emergency help. Now we have to look at the care of chronic diseases. We have to look at the prevention services, vaccinations, and cancer screening. So we have to, the health systems have to fit for the special needs of the Ukrainian people in our countries. So in total, in Nordic countries and Baltic countries, we have about 300,000 Ukrainian refugees. So before launching to meet with the Ukrainian people and doing the focused qualitative research, we also took time to do literature review and a couple of slides from there. So who are the Ukrainian people? They are mainly women. They have a caregiving responsibilities, either children, a lot of women with children, or adult senior members of the family. They have relatively good education. Actually, they are very well educated if you look and compare across the countries in Europe. But they have a lot of health needs. And some of them are, of course, related to the tragedy and the suffering that they have had through because of the war and migration. The mental health needs are high, but there are chronic diseases. They are just like any other population. They have the chronic diseases. As I mentioned, if we look and compare at the vaccination levels, they are usually lower than in the host countries, also among children. So this is really important to reach the people and the children with the vaccination. And given that they are mostly women, they have reproductive needs, pregnancy and maternal care needs. So these are the needs that we have outlined from the literature review. But of course, there are barriers to access healthcare, and it's complicated to navigate healthcare, even if you are a local person, Estonian in Estonian. It's not easy, but it's much more difficult if you are coming from the different country. There are language barriers, there is bureaucracy, and even if there are the entitlements with the temporary protection, people still are facing problems with getting the care they need. So the language barriers, there are administrative barriers, there are health system barriers. And what is really, it's a new topic for me, but it's very logical. Ukrainian people come with a model of healthcare that they have had in Ukraine. But our health system is different. And then there is a lot of frustration from the Ukrainian people's side because they are expecting something different. So I think there is a lot of need for counseling and information that should take place. So there is this mismatch about formally everything is nice, people can access the healthcare, but in real life people have troubles. So, and there is this research and intervention gap. I'm getting closer to our project. So there are health needs, there are barriers, but actually we don't know what are the biggest barriers, not in Europe nowadays, but if we look at our study countries in Estonia and Sweden and Norway, what are the real bottlenecks for the people there? How this information, through which channels it should be provided to the people, the Ukrainian people who need it, and how this intervention should be tailored so that they are really meeting the needs of Ukrainian refugees. And our main aim is then to look at how can digital health intervention help that are co-designed with refugees be helpful. So if we look at the literature of digital health apps or digital health tools, there are many. A lot of them are focusing on mental health problems, but there are also health literacy supporting digital tools. So there is a long list of prototypes that can be looked up or learned upon, but yeah, and that's the literature. So what we are doing, we want to improve the healthcare access and use for Ukrainian refugee women. We use participatory design. We engage this target group, the women, into the design to look at what is needed and how it should be done. And our focus area is mental health and prevention. And the project duration is 4 years. So this is a busy slide, but what it shows is our study stages. The first one, we are doing the user studies, and we are finished with them. We have done the focus group with refugee women. We have done the focus groups with the healthcare providers to see, collect information, what is there. And now we are stepping to the second phase, to the design of the intervention. And then we, of course, need to test the intervention again after it has been developed. So we are now actually thinking through what we should target. Should we target pre-contact, look at provide information, increase health literacy or language barrier or mental health stigma? There is a sizable mental health stigma. Ukrainian people, they are quite reluctant to go to the doctor with their problems, depression or anxiety or sleeplessness. Or is it hard to get to the doctor's appointment? Or is it hard to stay there in the care? There is a lot of cross-border healthcare use. Many Ukrainians go from Estonia, from Norway and Sweden less, but even from there to Ukraine to get some services, for example, gynecology or different tests or computer tomography. So there is a lot of travel for healthcare that we have documented. And then we are now in this phase. I don't know exactly what we will target and what will be the intervention, but that's the stage we are now. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, I warmly invite you, please.
Thank you. I have a quick question about medical services, because it seems like in many European countries now we have a lack of medical specialists, like from nurse to doctors. And I was thinking, like, is this case with the Ukrainian war refugees, does it highlight some new gaps that we have in medical system in general in Europe? Or is it also does it highlight only some already existing problems that we had before? What do you think about it?
I think the problems with Ukrainian migrants are actually pretty much the same that migrants from other countries as well. But the problem, not the problem, but the situation is different because a lot of people were coming on the same one time and in very short time period. And also a lot of migrants were coming to the countries like Estonia that is not used to accommodate migrant population. So the most obvious lack was the language barrier, because not every Estonian doctor or nurse can speak Russian and not Ukrainian either. So there is a language barrier, but it's very lovely when now, on the 4th year of the war, children are the ones who are translating between the medical medical workers and the parents, because at school they learn fast, they are skilled. So it's lovely how people manage.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you, and I really appreciate your project, and also the topic is absolutely relevant. And as you asked, that actually there are very many problems what we know have been before and elsewhere. But my question is now a bit even more broader, and as Director General of Estonian Research Council, I would really curious, you are a professor, and it is not the academic study only, that how easy do you see that your findings could be really taken into account, for example, in Estonian policy design, first, that we really haven't used with a lot of people coming to Estonia as refugees, but also that we know that we have short of doctors anyway in our healthcare. So is it easy to transfer your findings to the practical steps in our daily life?
I think it's very complicated, but it's possible, but also it will take time, and it will take time and hours of communicating with the stakeholders, and I think to start, it's very important to be on the same page with the people for whom you design the services, because if they don't, this design or the service don't fit, people will not go there. They still will have problems. So I think we start from the ground level, and then if we have some concrete results or something to say, then we have to just talk with people. The communication is really crucial.
But you are positive that this could happen, really. It is not only like staying in the university academic level, but really there will be ways for yourself to talk about the results to people really decide how to implement.
Of course there is. One nice thing about Estonia is that it's very small. I have been working on the health field for more years than I want to mention. But I also, I know the people. I know with whom to talk, and I also know that it's not enough to talk once. So maybe the effect of this study will be actually making some sense or some practical input after 5 years. I don't know, but I know it takes time, but it's possible.
Thank you so much. We also have one more question.
Dear Professor, thank you very much for the interesting presentation. And I origin from Ukraine, and I faced with different problems, especially in our healthcare system. And lots of our doctors, when our citizens attend hospital, cannot make a clear decision about what they should do. Because, for example, it's related with diabetes and it's related with cancer. For example, when we import insulin, now it doesn't work. Maybe it's necessary cooperate with our practitioner doctors and investigate how, I think that maybe in the mental health influence on this kind of issue, and collected data from Ukrainian doctors or citizens in order to understand how we can improve medical system. What do you think?
I think it's a very interesting idea, worthwhile exploring further.
Because we face this problem that also lots of doctors mentioned that we overloaded with attendance over citizens, and we cannot clearly identify the issue, but different kind of analysis shows that it's something like is diabetes, but it's not diabetes, something like the same kind of virus, but it cannot identify it because Russian weapons use different kind of chemical and biological microorganisms. It's also influential. In this case, we should take under consideration what we should do. Because for Ukrainian citizens have not time, and it's necessary to resolve as fast as possible. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much. I can only add that we are grateful that you're taking care of our Ukrainians who have fled Ukraine due to Russian war of aggression. And with that, I would like to invite Reili Argus, professor of School of Humanities of Tallinn University, and we will continue looking at the situation with Ukrainians in Estonia. So thank you for that and looking forward.
I think that the topic of my project, our project, can be considered to be a soft one, especially compared with these previous topics about ships and drones and so on. But it's about language. And in this LINK project, we are in the end of the first year in the phase of data collection, and therefore I can't speak about results, but just about goals and methods we have developed so far. So we have 4 partners in our project, and these are from Norway, Sweden, and Lithuania, and of course from Estonia. And we focus on children, especially on children, and of course on families with children. And the main topic, as I already said, is a language and languages in different countries, and the acquisition of local language, host language. So I will continue with the main topics and the goals on the basis of work packages. So the first question we want to investigate or know more about this is about language attitudes and also about language proficiency. And we use interviews, qualitative interviews, for researching families' language attitudes. We also measure the Ukrainian refugee children's and adults' host language proficiency with a special test. In the interview, we explore mainly language experiences in host country, language experiences in homeland, language use, traditions, integration of Ukrainian families living in Nordic and Baltic region. As participants, we interview 30 families with children, and that is 30 adults and also 30 children from each country. So we want to know something about the background, that is language history, because it can be different in Ukraine if you are from eastern part or western part of the country. Then what we are especially interested in is how the host language services were provided in countries, in different countries, which are the experiences of refugees in countries and how they started to learn host countries' languages. Because we know that these traditions and practices are very different in different countries. For example, in Swedish schools, the refugee children were sent to the special language learning classes, and these classes lasted for 2 years, and only after that they were allowed to participate in ordinary classes with other pupils. So we also like to know something about language use in daily life, about family language policy, for example, what kind of decisions they made when they sent their children to school. For example, in Estonia, they were suggested to send their children to Estonian medium schools, but in real life, a lot of parents still send their children to Russian-speaking schools, Russian medium schools. And now these children in Russian medium schools are especially in a special difficult situation because of this coming to Estonian medium education, because they have to change the language of instruction once more. So we also try to ask something about the experiences of educational system. Then children's interviews are not same as adults because of the age, of course, and we use a warm-up part of the interview, and during this warm-up part we use also special design of the language balloons method or language body method. So the second work package is about comparison of linguistic integration practices. And what we want to know is that how different countries have managed to adopt these Ukrainian refugees into everyday life. So, and from the other hand, we want to know something about integration experiences of refugee families. We use the survey and ask about socio-demographic background, about languages, language uses in everyday life, and also about attitudes and plans for future. So the third package is more about the language policy in different countries. So it's based on document analysis. We compare different documents connected with the refugees, and we try to find best practices in different countries. And therefore, we conduct interviews with the policymakers and also educational authorities. The most challenging part of our project is data management. We will have, and already have, quite a lot of data in our project. It's different data. And for example, we have audio recordings of interviews. Then we have visual data, that is these pictures or drawings of children during the interviews. Then we have personal data and also survey responses, which also consist of personal data. So the data has to move between countries and also between EU and other Norway, which is not the EU country. I don't bother you with these details of data management, but I'll say that we found a quite good solution that is EduCloud, not in our universities, but it's developed in the University of Oslo. And we can use the application of NetSchema, which allows us to conduct interviews strictly using the app in our phone, and no archiving or no saving these audio files, big audio files into the phone, but into the special environment called NetSchema. So, our Estonian team has worked during this first year of the project mainly on the developing of instruments. We have argued on every question in the interview and about every question in the survey. And now, as I said already, we are in the data collecting phase. We also tried to to work on outreach events. We have website in Ukrainian and in English. We have Facebook and Telegram pages, and we have regular events for newcomers, educators, and policymakers. And finally, we have also popular video series that is 3 questions for the expert. And first of this series have already came out, and others will follow. The situation is that there will be an expert and 3 important questions asked to the expert. I don't have time to show this video, but everybody can look at it later. So here is our team, not very well gender balanced, I have to say, but thank you.
Thank you so much. Your final chance to pose the question to the speaker, please. We have 2 potential volunteers.
Thank you very much for the presentation. It's not a question, but it's more like a proposal. Actually, Ukrainian women in Facebook groups are very active. So if you want to recruit participants very quickly, I think that if you post this message in this Ukrainian woman in Facebook, you will get so many volunteers to gather this data. So I would really advise. And also about healthcare systems, similarly, this is how the information is disseminated. Somebody is asking what is a good doctor for this problem, and somebody posts the experience, and then all Ukrainians go to the same doctor basically. So this groups in Facebook maybe is one way to recruit participants.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your brilliant presentation. Previous speakers Annalie described one of the main barriers in communication with Ukrainian refugees and doctors here in Estonia, language barriers. My question is about the language for interview you have used with Ukrainian refugees. Which language do you use?
We use Ukrainian and we use Russian. It depends on the participant, and if she will choose Ukrainian or use Ukrainian.
Great, and my congratulations for your bilingual site. You have a page into language in Ukrainian as well. It's very important because you know that the Ukrainian Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine has its own policy mostly to offer for Ukrainian school children, refugees, opportunity to study in Ukrainian abroad. It seems to me it's not very possible in Estonia because you have no Ukrainian school. But
we actually have.
Do you have?
We have. Yes.
Good. Nice to hear it, because I'm not very aware of the situation here in Estonia, but I'm so proud that we have opportunity to study Ukrainian children in Ukrainian. It's very important because after coming back to Ukraine, you have a great chance to continue studies in Ukrainian language. It's also important for me because I'm Ukrainian as well, with a Russian last name, but originally Ukrainian, speaking very well in Ukrainian, because I'm from the west part of Ukraine. And mostly we also thinking about the result of your interview. It's very clear for me that from the very beginning, after coming to Estonia, Ukrainian refugees, if you're talking about children, speak very well in short period in Estonian, because in their community they mostly communicate with any barriers. But for older people, it's more complicated to learn Estonian language. Do you have special free courses for Ukrainian refugees to learn Estonian from the very beginning, from the A level, for example?
Yes, there are several courses. But from my experience, Estonian is not difficult to younger children, but it can be also difficult for teenagers. In another project, we have 20 to 30 teenagers, and their results were much lower than the results of younger ones. For example, the results of 12 years children were much better than the results of 16 years old children. And I think that it's not because of opportunity to learn the language, or even not about the complexity of language. I think it's mainly because of motivation, because these teenagers, their motivation is lower. They communicate with their friends using Facebook and social media. Sometimes they continue to learn in Ukrainian schools via Zoom, and so it's much difficult in case of teenagers than in smaller children.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate what you're doing here in Estonia. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And but I would ask you to be as short as possible. And we also have a networking opportunity afterwards as well. So
I will try. Thank you very much for the interesting presentation, especially for my age people. Also, it's not easy to learn Estonian. And for example, in Tallinn, there are lots of opportunities for refugees to learn Estonian. But in small cities, for example, Kohtla-Järve, it was more complicated because people should queue at least 6 months in order to attend the Estonian language course. Maybe it's necessary to provide something for improving policy among small cities to learn Estonian language, because it's very crucial. Elder people try to, especially lots of people from eastern part in Ukraine, from Ukraine, try to learn, but they haven't any possibilities to attend as fast as possible. It's my remark. Thank you.
Yes, it would be good, of course.
Thank you. And with that, we thank you for your presentation and important work that you are doing. And with that, we conclude our third session, and we are about to start our panel discussion. We're going to have a short 2 minutes break to set things up. Also, I congratulate us all that we are starting discussing, so I have good expectations for the panel. That's why I also encourage you to place your questions in Slido. There is opportunity to place them anonymously, so if you prefer to stay anonymous, that is also possible. So share your thoughts also in the poll available in Slido, and see you in 2 minutes. We are back to our fruitful conference today. We have a final panel discussion where we expect really interactive discussion with our decent panelists. Let me shortly introduce you. Some of you already had the opportunity to speak, but some not. So we have Igor Taranov, who is head of Horizon Europe office in Ukraine of National Research Foundation of Ukraine. We have Noorma, who is Director General of Estonian Research Council. You know for sure. We have Margarita Domnic, who is Junior Research Fellow of Computational Neuroscience of University of Tartu. We have Gert Järvan, Professor, Dean of School of IT in Taltech. And we also have Kristin Andersen, Chief Operating Officer at Nordforsk. So thank you for being here with us today. We are expecting questions from participants as well, but to start the discussion, Annu, first question will be for you. We already had long discussion today, and we have seen different approaches how to establish cooperation with Ukraine. So the question would be now, how can we ensure that this cooperation is not only a response to the crisis, but also builds up into longer cooperation? What do you think?
Thank you for this question, and also for the audience to be here for all this long day. And how to be sure that it is not a short time and reactive, but really long time collaboration. And somehow I guess that the answer was already given during the day. And I guess almost every person who presented the project, the activity, the goals of this work, they actually refer to some previous activities already, so that almost nothing of this started really on the zero level. So that there was some motivation why to take this challenge and really submit the project or create some instrument. And on the other side, I also asked from some people, so that do you still have motivation to continue with applications and projects, and it really looked very, very positive. So I guess that this is really in the spirit of our people, both from Ukrainian side but also in Estonian side, that we see the need. There is an urgent need to collaborate, and it is not only for the future of Ukraine, but actually it is also for the future of Estonia. And yeah, I guess that here it is the basic. So we really want to do it in long term and to have it sustainable. And the second reason is really that we in Research Council as a team who is creating together with policymakers these instruments, so that we have from the beginning it has been designed so that it is not only short time. So we start with something what is short, but we build on the top of instruments, and we are not alone. So we all see that additionally to our own measures, there are Baltic, Nordic collaborating schemes, there are European collaborating schemes, there are actually global collaborating schemes, and this is maybe for this answer for this question, but yeah, I could continue for a long time now.
Thank you for your response. Indeed, the instruments that you have presented showing long-term commitment and motivation for stakeholders to have Ukrainians on board is really important instrument, and I think it's indeed a good example for other countries. Indeed, it's probably already well known to our Nordic and Baltic countries, but let's scale it up to the south and to the west as well. With that, I wanted to move to the regional dimension to Kristin. What are the most promising areas that you see from this regional perspective, both from Nordic-Baltic perspective and Ukraine, to make it sustainable in long term, not only a response to the crisis? Is there those areas where you see potential?
Well, it's difficult to mention specific research areas. I think there are a lot of research areas where we have common challenges. And the collaboration, the mutual exchange should be based on real research needs in the participating countries. So I think, first of all, come together and discuss where are the common grounds, where are the common needs, and as Anu said, what benefits both Ukraine, the Baltic countries, and the Nordic countries. In Nordforsk, we are very much rooted in the need to make Nordic added value with the funds that we have, because we are small and we need to be smart, and that's allowed to be clever. So we are very cautious not to do, not to fund things that could be funded better nationally or in the EU. So really thinking every time we do something, what value will this give? And it could be any research theme. We have no, I don't see any restrictions. What I think is a common ground that we see is the need to strengthen young researchers. They are, of course, in Ukraine, they are under tremendous pressure. But we also actually hear from young researchers in the Nordic and Baltic countries that it's difficult being a young person trying to build a research career.
Indeed, it is true, and we take it that it should be research-driven. Of course, we need to listen to our researchers, and I think we had today start of this discussion. And I just a small question: have you been able to take a note of a couple of ideas from researchers from Estonia that see a potential in Ukrainian cooperation that could lead further down the line to the Nord-Forsk calls in future?
Yes, absolutely. So it's been a very inspirational day. And the projects that are already funded by Nord-Forsk, it's always, we also work a lot with impact and making the impact and the results of the projects visible to the politicians and to the ones owning us, the Nordic Council of Ministers and the countries. So, and then it's easier to build on what's already going on. But yeah, definitely lots of technical, cool projects and also instruments that have been mentioned here today.
Yes, thank you so much. And speaking of technical things, Gert, this is a question also to you. What do you see from your point of view, from your angle, again, on the areas that there is an interest, and maybe on the ways how this cooperation may work, in which formats? Is that exchanges, is that joint projects?
So yeah, we have had, or me personally have had collaboration with Ukrainian research institutions like last 15 years or something. And first, everything boils down to people. So you have to get people to know each other and to make contacts there. And it's very difficult to say like those technical domains are those which are flying. Ukraine is a very huge country. So there are very many different problems which are stemming from the society. And if you are going back, for example, in history, then our very first projects what we had were in the domain of cyber, for example. Because going back in early 2012, 13, 14, cyber was a very huge topic at that time. So the research has to also kind of correspond to the societal needs. What are the burning issues what we are having at the moment? So like at the moment, yeah, drones, for example, that's driving this domain, etc. So this one, it's more like, now let's imagine in short-term future, if the war is over, there are very many new challenges which are coming up. So it's more that we have to adapt to those challenges and to make sure that the people from different countries which have the right expertise, they meet and they can continue collaborating. So we were just discussing here today, for example, one example where we want to engage some German researchers to work for the future energy grids which are cyber secure, for example, which brings together competence from Ukraine, from Germany, from Estonia. So these kind of things, but it has to be problem-driven, so to say.
But with that, do you think that we are more or less synchronized when we talk about what drives our research needs right now? Because of course Ukraine faces probably some different challenges, and our research support activities sometimes dedicated to maybe some different areas or less addresses the areas of that we see in Horizon program, for example. So how we fine-tune this?
No, I don't think that it's a problem, because when we are looking what happened in Europe after 2022, then even European research programs, European Defense Fund, etc., they all changed their objectives. And if you're looking what happens also here in Estonia at the moment, we are doing a lot of defense research what we were not doing before. And it's sad to say, but Ukraine is providing at the moment the best possible data on this one. So the rest of the Europe, I would say, they are like blindfolded in some sense. So like we were also presenting this project about the drones. That's the only place at the moment where the world actually knows where is the problem. The rest, we are going to talk to the Germans, we are going to talk to French. They have no idea what's going on, actually. So this one, it's like, at the moment, we see how we can really collaborate and to help each other, actually.
Yes, thank you so much. And with that, I turn to Igor, because it will be interesting to hear how Ukrainian stakeholders feel this need, which this high-impact research results we can provide, because we already heard that it should come from the needs of the society. There is unique data, unique researchers in Ukraine. Can we bridge this together? What do you think of that?
Well, thank you very much. It's a really very complex questions. Currently, Ukraine faces with a lot of challenges. We can divide them into two very important groups. The first one, complex challenges which deal with Ukrainian legislative base, and another one is war-related challenges. So it's very, very difficult for us to explain for Ukrainian stakeholders that they can choose this opportunity, a chance to apply for Horizon Europe calls to find necessary additional funding. But if we're talking about the current situation, we have also remembered about the restriction of Ukrainian border service guard, because mail cannot free travel abroad. We have some challenges related with the mobility and with the displacement of Ukrainian researchers. Today we're talking a lot about the displacement person in Ukraine. Mostly they moved from the east part and south part of Ukraine to the west part of Ukraine, to the West Ukrainian universities, and try to bring their knowledge, skills also in the project management. If you're talking about the project offices, we have not enough such kind of offices in Ukrainian universities. We have not many grant offices. It means that we have a lack of knowledge how to prepare project proposals. Also very important to know how we can build very strong consortia with our foreign partners. First of all, many of Ukrainian stakeholders still don't use even today funding in tender portals. They do not know any practical skills how to be registered in this portal, how to get PIC number, and how to fill in the form such partners, for example. We try to support them in this activity, to provide for them, for example, training events, to record for them some information sessions step by step from the very beginning. Another one, what is very important, capacity. Even if you're talking about the National Research Foundation, we have not enough capacity to be the part of consortia in different calls. The same problem is with Ukrainian stakeholders. They do not understand exactly if they are going to join and to apply with the consortia for the Horizon Europe project. They have to bring not only the staff as well as capacity too. They also have remembered about the research infrastructure. If they have no research infrastructure, according to the damage in Ukraine, they can find another way what they have replaced this infrastructure and how they will conduct their research without infrastructure in Ukraine. And finally, we also have to remember about the national legislative base in Ukraine. Today we're talking about the opportunity to motivate Ukrainian researchers with adequate salary, for example, or project remuneration. It's also a challenge for Ukrainian stakeholders. And finally, first of all, we have challenges which are related with war in Ukraine. This one, electricity cut-off, for example, poor internet connection. Another one, capacity. Another one is lack knowledge of legislative base. They also have to remember that consortia is not only 1, 2, or 3 universities from Ukraine. It also should be representative from member states country and associated country, at least 3 countries like consortia. And they still need to be supported from our office and from the NCP network with a different type of services, even have to be registered on the funding intended portals.
Indeed, and we already see from your presentation that numbers are rising, though there is a huge potential behind, and we all hear about that. Margarita, please provide us the view from, let's say, junior research fellow, both with experience in Ukraine and here. How it looks like? What are the challenges from your side?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for invitation. I would say that event like this actually addressed some of the challenges that I have. A bit about me, I just recently defended my PhD in explainable AI in January, and now I'm in this position when I can actually decide myself what to do next. Currently I'm seeking for potential projects, collaboration and grant applications. And in this sense, events like this are already very helpful, already signed up for some of the mailing lists, Horizon office in Ukraine, etc. So I would say the main challenge is actually finding information, because from my perspective, all information is scattered across different resources, lists. Of course, senior researchers has already some number of sources where they get information, and then later it's like a radio. Unless somebody will tell you that this call is open, you wouldn't know about it. So somehow harmonizing this and spreading the information is one issue that at least. As if you don't have a lot of experience, you actually don't know where to look for. Another part, once you know that there is an open call, then of course finding partners, and especially if you're a young researcher, you also need to advertise yourself, make yourself visible, and give some maybe guest lectures. And ideally, I would want to collaborate with Ukrainian universities, and I think for people who do research in Estonia, it's very it's easier to find these collaborations, because I'm visiting family anyway in Ukraine, so I can as well visit university, give a lecture, find the partners. But also perhaps seeing some list of potential partners that qualify for certain calls, because at some point we had a discussion with Catholic University of Ukraine, but since they are private universities, they were not eligible for some fundings, but I didn't know it initially. So it's maybe more spreading information, who are eligible partners for some calls, or what was the previous experience of who already completed the project for similar call. Finding information, gaining visibility, and searching for partners, this is all the challenges that I can think of.
I could also say that we hear it in Brussels from every country. So we can already say that Ukraine shares the same challenges as most of member states. So it's a good sign already. Then from your perspective, how young researchers can contribute to the long term? I mean, you already said that you can bridge a little bit with your university or people you know. Do you think it works better in a systemic way when we do a huge matchmaking on a big topic and collect hundreds of participants, or it works better when you connect your faculty with the ones you are sure of? Because we heard about trust, about that. How do you think from your point of view?
Yeah, I think it depends. I think both schemes can get fruitful results. Of course, on personal level, it's always easier to establish a collaboration if you know a person particularly, and then for example, I know that there are some excellent engineers in this institution in Ukraine, so I would go directly to them and address this. But probably there are also a lot of people who I don't know, and this bigger event are necessary. It's hard to say which way is better. I think both should be tried essentially.
Yeah, thank you. And getting back to Gert, what do you think, with more experience over the years?
Well, very much in favor for all kind of research programs which are falling into the category of capacity building. So the most important thing is that we have enough capacity on both sides. And especially here in this context that we have a capacity on the Ukrainian side, because that was emphasized also today here several times, that we have a problem with the brain drain. And I also have several people whom I know from Ukraine who are at the moment in Italy, UK, wherever. They are all over Europe at the moment. But the primary idea should be that we should have research programs which are building up the capacity there in Ukraine so that we can collaborate with someone. Because if we are again looking into a couple of years in the future, we need someone. Ukraine cannot be empty shell in that sense. So all those research projects which are promoting local capacity collaboration, exactly like to make those contacts and so on, those are the most valuable one. Whether it is on the level of matchmaking events, whether it's institutional collaboration, whatever it is, but that we can people get to know each other and that we are building the capacities there, that we can have a long-term collaboration. That's what I, because when I'm also looking back to the projects what we had, for example, one EU, I think it was Horizon 2020 project, or even before that, where the main beneficiary was Khutkyy Aviation Institute, Khutkyy. And it was exactly capacity building. Unfortunately, this university basically doesn't exist anymore because it's bombed into the pieces, but you saw how this project actually brought those researchers to the European scene. You started to have publications which were published at the European level, not anymore only in Ukraine. And those people excelled. And that's all, I think, what is needed.
Thank you. Thank you for this reflection. And getting back to Igor again, because you speak to Ukrainian stakeholders most of the time. We have seen how many events you hold every month, and you have full, comprehensive reflections on their needs. What limits them? You already said this border control things, but we already hear now that small, tiny first steps are important that will later grow into collaboration. Do you feel the same feeling when you talk to our stakeholders, or they expect some more strategic dialogue, or how do you feel it?
It depends. It depends if you're talking about the Ukrainian stakeholders from the SMEs and NGOs. They're looking for the long strategic period because they not focus many attention for our law in Ukraine. They have the funding, special funding, they have the activity, and they have the idea how to use the result of the project for future. If you're talking about stakeholders from the budgetary sphere, it's very difficult. They looking only in the short period perspective because their needs depends on the funding from the state budget of Ukraine. If you're talking about Ukrainian researchers who are going to travel abroad and to start collaboration with partners, today we talk that short period business trip is allowed and supported by the Ministry of Education inside of Ukraine with special permission to cross Ukrainian, Polish, first of all, or Moldovan border, or Hungarian or Slovak Republic border. But if we're talking about the opportunity for Ukrainian stakeholders to travel abroad for long-term training or internship, it's very complicated because they could not get permission from the Ministry of Education inside of Ukraine for visit longer than 1 month. Unfortunately. So all Ukrainian stakeholders thinking about the, first of all, funded very good and strong partners, partners with whom they can collaborate for future for the long period, first of all. But if we're talking about the opportunity to start collaboration abroad, traveling and leave Ukraine, it's very, very complicated right now. In this regard, we many times offer for our stakeholders to use other information channels, to use other free of charge services like matchmaking event online. And we can provide with the first step of collaboration also to choose relevant partners from other partners database. We collaborate with similar offices from another countries. I shown today the result of our collaboration, and in this way we can improve them with the necessary information who could be the right partners for them.
Thank you. That sounds very reasonable, having in mind all those restrictions and limitations that we have, allowing people to join online and having their voice heard. This is a significant step. Anu, what would you add to that? We already heard from you about the project that is now running with NRFU and supported by ESTDEV. If I know correctly, there will be online matchmaking happening and exchanges. But do you expect it to have only a local effect? I mean, only bridging Ukraine and Estonia? Or can Estonia play a bigger role spreading let's say, our voice a little bit further in the region as well?
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I guess that despite of that Estonia is very small, we actually have very rich experience. And as it was said already before, that Ukrainian people and Ukrainian country has experience what we don't want to have actually, so that all the challenges related to the war and to the very rapid disruption of all, I don't know, energy system, health system, education, like it is all affected and it has long time impact. So that no one wants to have this experience, but it can't be wasted. So that I guess that through the research activities and through the innovation activities, I guess that we can trigger use of this very difficult situation, so that we could really understood what to do, how to come over of these difficulties, and how to build up a different type of future life. And I guess that here Estonia actually can play exactly important role because we are a small one. And as Professor Anneli already explains, that actually there are lessons learned from research projects what could be transferred to the real policy and really in the practice. And because we are small, we know each other, we know with whom to talk, we can create such kind of positive showcases and really demonstrate it wider. The second thing is really where Estonia could be really useful as a small but experienced partner is also that we have been in this very difficult situation in 1990s. So we also came out from totally different system, and it was a very difficult time for everyday life, for the research system. Innovation was almost out from the society, so that we really needed to innovate the new country as we are. And on the same time, we were very small, and there was no one to teach us or to learn from, because you can only learn from the similar experience. But everything happened after Soviet Union collapsed first time, so that now it is actually for Ukrainian, we remember how it was. And also many countries who helped Estonia and supported Estonia, especially Nordic countries, to build up the new type of research and innovation system. So they are still willing to share this experience. And I guess also what is very important that Estonia is widely known about the digital technologies and also our e-governance system. So of course, technology has developed very fast, and Ukraine is doing many things even better than we do, but we can manage it in small scale, and Ukraine have to manage it in much larger scale. But the society really needs such kind of fast applications, fast learning, and use very fast new technologies, and now we have new challenges, artificial intelligence. So that here I guess we all have to learn new things, and bringing together again such kind of image of the digital country, digital society, and really use the experience we have to do fast changes. I guess that we can really be also collaborating partner and demonstrate it to the very many countries in the rest of the world. And I can also confirm that it is not only European or Nordic countries, but very many countries like globally, Japan, South Korea, New Zealand, Canada, so that these countries who are really also looking for more like-minded countries to collaborate. So that this is something like a global change already, and we are already there. We can continue together, and I see there is many opportunities.
That is impressive. Thank you so much. Maybe we have questions from the audience. And meanwhile, I'm checking Slido as well.
I have a question, maybe, I don't know, for all of you, maybe you will decide who will answer. You also mentioned that some things Ukrainians do better than you do in Estonia, like in the context of technologies, for example. And in the context of Ukrainian integration into European research communities, of course, Estonia may be a leader, may help Ukraine, but what about the vice versa situation? How, in the context of these technologies maybe, or in other contexts, how Ukraine may help Estonia, and in which context our experience may be useful for Estonia and for other European countries? Maybe in the context of technology or safety, maybe it's something about like local practices, even within the academia, like how to provide a lecture and organize it in, I don't know, in a bomb shelter, or from the basement, or without electricity, maybe some kind of these practices as well. What do you think about collaboration in this type of activities?
Maybe I agree with you absolutely, and all what you listed, it is exactly this where we really can, Ukraine can like help us or teach us, and also Gert mentioned this experience of the military technology or even dual-use technology, so that there is really the battlefield experience what we all are missing, and a lot of such kind of new defense funds opportunities for new technology. If they are not tested in real battlefields, they are just theory. But it is on the same time it is useful for Ukraine as well, because most of this technology can be dual use, so that it is useful also after the war for the peaceful development of the country, and it really needs such kind of real-life testing. But it is not only the technology, but also how people recover, how they go through all this stressful period, and how fast they recover. How I guess that there is a lot of in the medicine that how people can still survive such kind of situation without very proper medical treatment even in the battlefield. So there is very many examples, and we just if we collaborate, we can focus in these topics what are most relevant, because of course Estonia can't be partner in everywhere. So we have almost 1 million person. You have 40. Okay, but anyway, very much. So we need, I guess that we need to focus, and therefore it is important that we increase the awareness what we are doing now, where are our competencies, where are our weaknesses, and where Ukrainian side have high competence, and we can matchmaking.
Gert, please.
I would add one dimension, which is, I would say, societal resilience. So that's something what Estonia, well, we were living like in some kind of blue clouds till 2022, and then suddenly people started to think talk that, okay, hey, we need shelters, we need some kind of programs, etc., etc. And now when I'm looking, for example, one of my good professional friends who is Vice Chancellor at the Ministry of Justice and Digitalization, Lauri Luht, he has been working with Ukraine, for example, I don't know, last 10 years or something. He has been in Ukraine on very frequent basis. Previously, he was carrying Estonian experience to Ukraine. At the moment, I have a feeling that he's carrying more Ukrainian experience back to Estonia. Even in the context of digitalization, we are thinking that, okay, hell, Estonia is like some kind of world leader on digitalization. Well, not necessarily, and there are like different things to learn how to keep society running in different situations, and that's something we definitely don't have here in Estonia at the moment. We are assuming that everything works, everything should be normal. I don't know whether anyone heard that today at 3 o'clock we had an alarm system testing going on here in Estonia. This one didn't happen before, so those are the lessons what we have learned, and I think that the entire Europe is at the moment learning from this one. So we are learning it in a very hard way, but at least I have a feeling that the mentality has changed.
I would also add another concrete example where I think Estonia can benefit from collaboration with Ukrainian IT sector in particular, because Ukrainian IT specialists, I think they are incredible. And in general, IT sector is very strong, and also related to AI and technology and digitalization. I think also it's a good example. I think at some point, we have this digital system where we have all our services online. I think at some point Estonia was attempting to adopt this system, but something happened to this project. But there are definitely a lot of things that can be learned from Ukrainian software development and IT specialists. And also another thing is speed of working and speed of actually implementing things. I was supervising both Estonian and Ukrainian students, and they just work on different level of speed. You give the same task, and Ukrainian student will write you an update in 2 days, and Estonian will send you something in 2 weeks maybe. So it's just this attitude with how I think this urgency to prove ourselves and also to work more, and I think it translates in different sectors, but I have experience with IT, and I have very positive experience with IT collaborations.
Yeah, and I can only add that probably our speed and enthusiasm connected with your accuracy and decent packing it into the right wording, right deliverables could be a unique synergy, and we can really come up with a proper project, because this is that we sometimes missing. And with that regard, we have a question from our online audience about what is our advice, how to start collaborating with Ukrainians, especially on social science topics related to the war, where Estonia could learn from Ukraine. So our audience is following us, but Igor, yes, please.
It's very good that everyone is following us today from the very beginning, and how to start collaboration with Ukraine is very easy. First of all, you have to find right partners. If you don't know how to do it, it's very easy. If you do not know how to do it, you can contact directly our office. We'll support you. And remember that we many times send for our database all information about the opened and forthcoming calls. We provide special assistance for Ukrainian research institutions with the list of open calls within Horizon Europe program. According to the work program 2026-2027, is the number of selected calls around on 37 pages. And if somebody from foreign partners, from Estonian partners, has chosen the right call, for applying, they can directly contact us for our email box, Horizon Europe Info. And after that, we'll provide them. For sure, you can use our section at our webpage and fill in the form Search Partners in English as well. We'll place this form at our webpage, and in this way, you will be visible for Ukrainian researchers who are looking for the partners in social science, for example.
Yes, thank you. And I can...
May I add that
please,
the same
please.
is also true for Estonian Research Council and really the Ukrainian researchers in Estonia or Estonian researchers now in Estonia, so that if there are like ideas, plans, you don't know how to start, then you can also contact our international collaboration office, Maria, Katrin, the Carmen, they are here, and you find them in the website. And also this our joint project, what we are like carrying out, starting now here. It is exactly dedicated to this, to make it more easier for researchers, but also research managers to find contact, so that and it is our duty to help. People who like to have application, or even if you don't know exactly about the application, but just would be more interested to start collaborating, so that start slowly, and then you can continue to the dreamed project or activity.
That's wonderful. Indeed, I just wanted to underline again that please follow National Research Foundation and Estonian Research Council, because there will be more events happening. We also announced Luke as an opportunity, and there will be more, and this is the idea of our conference, to start thinking of something new. There will be a summary of this conference available and sent to you, and we will also work on this summary to see how we can proceed. So hopefully these ideas will find a path towards a real project. The conference is also recorded on YouTube, so you can remind yourselves what we were talking about. With that, I will have a last call for questions, if someone still wants to do that. And if not, I assume you want to do it in more networking environment, and not with us on the stage. So with that, I thank all the panelists and also all the audience and the translators who have worked with us today for this conference. And we look forward for making this cooperation happen. Thank you so much. We made it in time.